The number on all the headers are right.
Okay. And in here?
It should be right in there, yeah. It's 1615.
Oh, it's not in here. Okay. No. All right. We'll get it.
There wasn't a site plan in our download, right?
Okay.
Well, I was trying to, I can't read that.
It's on there.
It's on there, I can't seem to find it. Oh,
Okay, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the May 5th regular meeting of the Morro Bay Planning Commission. Happy Cinco de Mayo to everyone out there. Hope you're still with us by the end of the meeting. So we'll begin the meeting as usual with a moment of silence. Thank you very much, and let the record reflect that all planning commissioners are present with the exception of Commissioner Lucas, who we hope will be joining us shortly. If you stand and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance. And here he is now. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome, Michael. Let the record reflect that Commissioner Lucas is now present. So we have this moment set aside for Planning Commissioner announcements. Do we have any announcements from the Commission? Yeah, Richard.
Yeah, I signed up for it was a webinar that was on the phone regarding, this was yesterday, regarding AB 2516. It's the governor's order for climate change and sea level rise. There's not going to be any more work for the local people. They seem to have enough as far as the local governments. But what this is a very aggressive move by the state to address the sea level rise as it pertains to our coastal communities. And the 4 points that are on the forefront there are the statewide. There's going to be a statewide database, and it's going to find out which regions are addressing sea level rise, and then the local municipalities are going to be able to have tools to address the SLRs, and they're trying to move away from duplicity, and then also for public education on the importance of sea level rise. Anyway, for those of you interested, you look up AB 2516. It was a bill that was presented by Congressman Gordon, and it's in law now.
Okay. Thank you, Richard. Any other announcements? Jerry.
I just kind of have a question for the staff, and seeing as our esteemed Rob Leibig is here, it might be towards him. There's been some movement on the wastewater treatment plan as far as the Cayucas, partner with Cayucas. Could you clarify what's going on? I've been getting a lot of questions about that.
Sure. There was a joint meeting of the City Council and the Sanitary District Board on Thursday, where we were intending to discuss steps to move forward with the Rancho Colina site. The Cayuga Sanitary District presented the City Council with a resolution that they had adopted in a special meeting a half an hour before that meeting, where they severed all ties working with the city on that joint site and are exploring sites on their own in the Cayucas area. That has caused us to schedule a special WRFCAC, Water Reclamation Facility Citizens Advisory Committee, for Thursday, this coming Thursday, whatever that, May the 7th, if I can do calendar math in my head, at 3 p.m. in the community center, and that agenda will be out tomorrow early afternoon on that item. So we'll have a special meeting, and that will be, we're working with AGP to get that also on AGP. We also have revised our RFP that's out with an addenda, basically deleting Cayucas from the process in that request for a proposal, so they will not be reviewing that nor assisting us in the selection of a consultant to prepare a facilities master plan for the Rancho Colino site.
Thanks for that clarification.
Yeah, Richard.
Rob, can I ask you just a question? Since they're severing the relationship, how is the city going to be addressing the risk management of taking right now all their sewage through North Morro Bay?
So they've severed the relationship on the future project, but we still have the agreement with the Cayucas Sanitary District on the operations and maintenance on the existing facility and force main and gravity lines. So we're still operating under that so-called JPA agreement for the existing facility, but as you know, this just happened last week. We haven't shaken out all the details on how we're moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Other questions, comments? Good, okay. So this is the time that's set aside for general public comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to come forward and address the Planning Commission on any matters that are not on the agenda this evening. We welcome anything you'd like to say. Please come forward, give us your name, and let us know what's on your mind. Seeing none, we'll move on to our first business item, which is new business. There are a couple of items of one item of new business here, which is the review of the Maritime Museum paving improvements and driveway reconfiguration plan for the Triangle Lot, which is the former Dynegy parking lot, and I believe that Rob Leibeck is going to talk to us about that.
Sure. I'll give it a shot here. I'm going to put a slide up on the screen so we can have an idea of what we're looking at here with this little project that we actually this relationship dates back quite some time, probably 20, 25 years with the Central Coast Maritime Museum Association and the city, regards to building a maritime museum in the city of Morro Bay. And as everybody knows, there's a couple boats down there at the Front Street parking lot as a start to that museum. And we're hoping to move those boats around a little bit to gain some parking back and ultimately incorporate a small building there, but we're not quite ready to do that yet with them. So we'll have to go through some additional planning processes for the structure. But we'll be making some surface improvements there. So the one of the things that we've struggled with the Triangle parking lot driveway and the Front Street parking lot driveway, only a few feet apart, is traffic conflicts there. People going in and out of both those driveways so close together are conflicts, and we're taking this opportunity to close off the main driveway into the Dynegy parking lot, which comes in right there. Maybe I'll go to the podium so I don't have to turn away from the mic.
Huh.
So we'll be closing off this driveway here and placing moving the motor lifeboat to that location for a display, or the Alma will go there, the tug. Motor lifeboat behind it, a spot behind that for the deep sea rescue vehicle, that submarine that's out there. Creating a new driveway into the triangle parking lot that will be used for overflow parking, and is being currently studied as perhaps a site for the boat haul-out facility. We'll be doing some landscaping improvements in this area, cleaning that area up. We'll have to remove one almost dead eucalyptus tree right there that's pretty scraggly, but we'll wait until we're after nesting season to do that. This driveway will be a paver driveway. We'll have some concrete curb to head off that asphalt there. A new bulb out right here in front of that driveway, so that we don't obscure the view of the boats. And it makes a perfect location for, once we develop additional pedestrian facilities, for a crosswalk to get across the street there. So in a nutshell, those are the surface improvements we're looking at. Like I said, the building will come later, and we're going to be proceeding forward in the next few weeks with those surface improvements. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Rob?
Rob, does that bulb out encroach onto the bike lane?
No.
Okay.
Just the parking. What would be parking? There's no parking there now because it's a driveway, but it's into, if you extended that parking way down, there's still a 4-foot bike path on the outboard side of that.
Okay. And across the street from there, what for the future walkway, whereabouts are the...
It would line up about where the driveway comes out. On the other side, there's a fire hydrant there and a spot that's striped off. No parking there. That's about where that sidewalk would land. So we'd need to make some modifications to that hydrant location. And we need sidewalk leading up to it before we make all those pedestrian improvements. But I think it's a needed location for a crossing, because if you kind of go down there on the weekends, people tend to cross there anyway. Mm-hmm. We might as well make it, try to get everybody crossing at the same spot, at least, not flowing across the street diagonally.
And are there any plans on that side of the street for pedestrian walkways? I think we're just curb and goes from curb
and gutter, and a dirt pathway on the east side of the street. Ultimately, yes, there will be sidewalk on that side of the street also.
And on the west side of the street, on the other side of that, where the crosswalk is, I think it goes straight into the parking lot there with tire stops, doesn't it? Or is there a walkway? Or is there
I think
there?
We could stripe a walkway that would get you to the Harbor Walk pathway.
Okay, yeah, because that would be, a logical connection point to both walk along the walkway there, along the roadway, but then also cross through the parking lot into the Harbor Walk there.
Yeah. Yeah, we're just setting these improvements up for future improvements there, but not quite ready to take that on yet.
But it is a logical extension there on the other side.
Correct.
On the west side, so it would work out.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Michael.
Rob, you said these are all surface modifications. There's no subsurface work here.
No. I mean, we'll have to go down, create a base for the pavers that'll be going in. So we'll be working with planning on, this site has already had archaeological review. We'll probably just need a monitor out there for it, because we did a environmental document with the lift station.
Okay, yeah, I remember there's a sensitive site on the land.
Very close by.
Yeah. If we were going to do a parking lot like this in a commercial area, would we be allowed to do it without some kind of trees or vegetation in there?
Today, if we were to
It's a lot of paving. I was just wondering, I know you're trying to keep the view shed open to the boats as maybe you come around the curve from the south especially, but it's a lot of paving there.
New paving or the existing paving?
Well, I guess it's once we finish what we have, we've still got a lot of paving.
Yeah, we're actually removing a little bit of paving to accommodate this, but there are no plans to make significant major modifications to the parking lot. This parking lot probably couldn't be approved the way it's striped today.
Yeah, and I guess the only other thing, following up on what Commissioner Lure was saying, we're not striping across the street at this point.
Not at this point, because we need to make improvements over there before we can add the crosswalk.
Okay.
We'll do deep score lines on that bulb out so we can pull the concrete out easily when we do the curb ramp there.
Even if we did paint, would that slow traffic down if people were trying to get across there?
It's just that there's not a good spot for an accessible pathway currently without making some modifications to that west side of the street.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That's a really prime nesting area for night herons and cormorants and stuff. So is there, we're taking the one tree down. Is there any, I can't read on my plan if there's any replacement trees going in, or are we planning to replace at least that one tree that we're taking down?
We hadn't proposed to replace that tree that we're taking down.
Okay. What would be entail? Is there an area where you could plant a 15-gallon or a 5-gallon in there that would eventually replace what we're taking down?
I would say further to the northwest from the site along the. Because part of the parking lot project, we're also lowering the height of that wall, so maybe another tree along there would be appropriate.
Okay, because there's, sometimes I walk there in the morning and there's a lot of commotion up in those trees. So it would be good to replace them if we could.
They're going to be doing some additional landscaping in that area, though, as well. Xeriscape landscaping, kind of as a demonstration project along the side of that, and then moving along the fence that's there.
In this area in here.
Yeah. So they're going to be doing some landscape improvements over there, too.
Okay.
Which should be nice. It should be a nice improvement over there.
Including a removal of the existing rusted chain link that's along there.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Is there any, do you have any sort of timeline or estimate or guess as to when the building itself might be coming along?
Not at this point. Maybe Larry might know, but within the next couple months? 24 months or less.
Wow. Okay. That's a major step. The existing trash enclosures, that's going to remain.
That's going to remain.
Okay. Yeah, I'd just like to kind of echo where Michael was going with regard to the landscape improvements. I mean, I realize you don't want to put a lot of tall things in there, but I think at some point in this process, we ought to be looking at bringing this parking lot up to what our zoning ordinance says it should look like. So I don't know when that might happen. I'm just throwing that out.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions or suggestions? Or okay. Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I had noticed that there's a picnic area that's designated on the plans, and perhaps that might be a good place to have a little shade if you are planning on setting it up for picnic.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And then this isn't going to in any way impede the progress of a haul-out facility, is it?
No, the driveway going into the Triangle parking lot is sized to accommodate a travel lift going through that area. So,
and it's going to have the appropriate base and road section to handle that load.
Correct.
Okay, great.
Anything else? So we don't need to take action on this, right, Scott? This is simply
That's correct. It's basically flat work and landscaping this in an area the city already maintains and has access to. So it was just really more of an informational item because I'm sure you would hear about and see work being done there and wanting to know what was going on. So we're bringing it to you and to the Harbor Advisory Board and to some of the other folks just to kind of give you everybody a heads up so you're informed.
We appreciate being in the loop. Thank you.
And it will be discussed again this Thursday at the Harbor Advisory Board, 6 p.m. in this building. And thank you very much. And have a great evening.
Thank you. I think we got one more. I think we need to tap you one more time.
Yeah. What is timeline?
We're hoping to work pretty quickly because we still have a couple of contractors in town, and we're looking to get bids from Cal Portland and Sousa while they're still here and save mobilization costs rather than getting somebody that has to bring equipment out here. So I would say we'll be getting bids from them in the next couple of weeks, and I would say I think Dave Buckingham's goal is to have this thing completed sometime before summer starts.
Thank you.
So moving on to item B, which is our consent calendar, we have minutes from the Planning Commission meeting of March 3rd. Are there any comments, corrections, suggestions with regard to the minutes?
I have a comment, and I'd like to thank Scott for, it looks like you've changed the formatting a little bit and you've added some YouTube embeds on it so that it's easier to go back and see it, and I think that'll be very helpful for anyone who's reading it.
Yeah, we're trying to go to more of an following the lead of the council and their minutes. Now they're done. It's going to a little bit more of an action minute thing with the YouTube component to it. It saves a lot of Gina's time right there because she would spend an inordinate amount of time putting the minutes together. So much so that we weren't getting other things done. So coming up with this other way to do it is streamlining the process for us and freeing up Gina's time to do other planning related things. So that's good.
And are there just out of for the public's knowledge more than anything else, are there convenient places for people who don't have a personal computer to access YouTube if they're interested in the library, for example?
The library does have computers available to the public. I mean, so that would be an option.
Okay.
Yeah, and we probably with a little bit of lead time could make arrangements to have one of the computers up front available to the public too if they wanted to see something in particular.
Great. Okay. Thank you. And we have also the current advanced planning processing list. Any comments, anything you'd like to point out, Scott? Any issues there? Okay. So do we have a motion to accept the consent calendar as presented?
Moved.
Don't everybody jump in at once.
I'll make a motion to accept the consent calendar B1 and B2.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. So proceeding on to public hearings. The first public hearing tonight is a continuation of an item from our April 7th meeting. This is appeal number CP0-448 of an administrative coastal development permit involving property at 845 Ridgeway. And I think that Joan is going to talk to us a little bit about this.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, commissioners. And thank you, kind sir, for getting my presentation up there. This should be fairly short and sweet, at least on my end. This is the continuation of the appeal of CP0 Coastal Development Permit number 448 for the demolition and reconstruction of a single-family residence at 845 Ridgeway. The appellants are Kenneth Blackwell and Lisa Weiler. They are the next-door neighbors to the east of the applicants, Helen Torino and Eric Salin. The property is located near the corner of Ridgeway and Fresno within the R1 single-family residential zoning district. The project's consistent with the current requirements set forth in the Morro Bay Municipal Code, meeting or exceeding all of the standards. The parcel is surrounded by other single-family homes in the immediate vicinity, ranging in size from approximately 1,500 to 4,000 square feet. This is a visual rendering of what the home will look like. So this is the site plan as approved, and as directed by the Planning Commission at the last meeting. The applicants and the appellants and Scott and myself met to discuss design alterations to the approved project plans. So this was something that Mr. Boudreau, the architect, came back with. He increased the setback. Actually, he moved the entire structure about roughly 10 inches to the front, right to the 20-foot front setback, and to the west a little bit, about a foot-ish. And then also, you can see if I go back, he moved the master bedroom over about 5 feet. You can see this is the floor plan as it was designed and as approved, and this is the floor plan as it was redesigned, moving that rear bedroom over about 5 feet. I believe it was one of the recommendations of the Planning Commission at the last meeting. So this is a picture of the backyard of the house, just to give you an idea of this is the appellant's house. Just to give you an idea of what these next pictures you're going to see are. So the architect gave the dimensions and the site plan of that proposed redesign to the appellant, and they hired a surveyor to put up some story poles. So these are images from the inside of their house looking at those story poles. And you can see the rock there. This is from their dining room window, which is the big window right in the center there. So that's an image from the dining room. Another image from the dining room. So you can see the story pole off to the left. This is from the dining room as well. This is the living room. You can see the story poles there. The ridge pole is the one that you can see in the center. And another one from the living room. And that's all I have. Staff recommends that the Planning Commission deny the appeal and uphold the Director's approval of Administrative Coastal Development Permit CP 0448, subject to the findings and conditions of approval contained in the Resolution 1615. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
I would add that, while you gave direction and then the applicants did meet, they weren't able to reach a resolution. Hence, staff's recommendation for denial of the appeal, as the project is compliant with all development standards.
Okay. Are there questions for staff regarding staff presentation? Yes.
So let me be clear what we would be looking at. We're looking at the original proposal, not the modified proposal.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Let me just make a statement that I was at the appellant's home on Saturday and viewed the situation from the inside of their house.
Other questions for staff?
I went by the site and saw the story poles, so I visited the site and just wanted to make that statement.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Chair Taft, if there are any commissioners who are going to be relying on information that they saw when they were out at the site that is different from what has been presented here tonight and the pictures that have been shown tonight, they should also disclose that as well if they're planning on relying on that.
Thank you. Would anyone like to report that? No. Okay. So this is a public hearing. This is a continuation of a public hearing. So we will, again, open the matter to public comment. We typically will hear first from the appellant if they would like to make a statement, and then from the applicant, and then from the general public.
Hello, Commissioners and staff. Kenny Blackwell, Morro Bay resident. 4 weeks ago, on April 7th, we all met here and we argued the appeal of 845 Ridgeway. When we left, both parties had agreed at your direction, the Planning Commission, to do our best to work out a situation and a solution. On April 30th, I received an email from Ms. Torino, which stated proposals to their plan that they were willing to make. They also attached drawings of the changes, which you've seen up on the screen. They stated, "We hope you will seriously consider the modifications that we are prepared to make and put this dispute to rest." I thought, great, we're getting somewhere. We have agreed multiple times to the Salins and the Torinos to these modifications, that we accept them. We've also stated multiple times we have no intention of filing any appeal that concerns this particular matter. So they have our confirmation. Then there came what she termed her sticking point, which was she demanded that we sign a statement that was written by her, which we found completely irrelevant to what you guys had directed us to do last month. You know, we've received ultimatums, we've received intimidation that if we don't sign this contract that she has put forth, that she will just go back to the other original plans and perhaps something even worse, like moving the house back. She stated you may direct them to move the entire thing back, which would block our view completely. So, you know, this document, and I don't know if you've seen it or read it. I think it's number 4. It gives us absolutely no recourse to anything that they may want to do in the future. Anything that could block what's left of our view. Why she would even want to submit this, my wife and I completely don't understand this. And us signing this document pivots on whether they're going to accept their own proposal that they gave us on April 30th. Our own personal property loss is enormous, and it's going to be imminent as soon as they start constructing. We've sacrificed 50% of our view of the rock. We have 2 view windows, just to be correct on this. One of the windows, there will be no view of the rock. One, there will be a view, which we have conceded to. Our other view window will lose all of the rock view and 75% of the ocean and sky view. They've moved the master bedroom a couple of feet, and they've moved the house plan 12 inches to the west. That's the totality of their concession, with the exception of this this document they want us to sign. So anyway, we're agreeing to what they submitted to us, and we ask that you approve the plans that they submitted, that we have agreed to. Let the process continue so we all agree we want to quickly resolve this matter. So I don't see the argument. I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would the applicants like to make a statement?
Yes. Good evening. I'm Helen Torino. My husband and I own the property at 845 Ridgeway. Before I get into responding to appellant's statement tonight, I want to give the commissioners a little bit more background and some more factual information. The current house is approximately 1,000 square feet on a lot that's just under 9,000 square feet. It is very, very small. At The planning staff has said again tonight that the average homes in the area are 1,500 to 4,000 square feet. We looked at adding on to the existing house, building up, but because of its age, it could not support the weight. So we were faced with a tear down and the need to build a new home. Our goals were to get the living space that we would like to get out of the property, but also to preserve as much open space as possible. That is a personal desire of mine and my husband. And unlike many of the other homes that we have seen in Morro Bay, which push out to every setback imaginable, which we find very unattractive, we wanted to preserve as much of the open space. So the only way to do that is to build up. And when we hired Mr. Boudreau to come up with a design, we were careful to stay within, more than stay within the setback requirements. It's a modest-sized home for the lot. We were careful to stay within the height requirements. The zoning ordinances did not in any way indicate that a two-story residence would be inappropriate for that neighborhood, which is a mixture of one- and two-story residents. I'd like to address one of the arguments that the appellants have made in their appeal, and that is that our home somehow is incompatible in with the neighborhood because it exceeds, because of bulk size and scale. So we drove around basically a 1 to 2 block radius within the past few days to look at what else exists for two-story homes in the area. And I do have an additional exhibit that I'm prepared to hand out. Michael's got the visual up there. The homes in red and in yellow are all two-story homes. Ours is the green one. So you're looking at Ridgeway going across the screen. Bernardo is the one that runs to the left of 1 and 2, and then on the other side to the right is Fresno. As I said, all the red roofed houses are two-story homes. The ones that I want to focus on in particular, number 1 is 805 Ridgeway, and I went to the SLO County Assessor's tax records, and I have copies of those, which I'm happy to distribute. 805 Ridgeway is a lot size. It's 10,000 square feet. It's just a little bit bigger than ours. The size of that residence is 4,226 square feet. Ours in total will be a little over 3,200 square feet with the garage. If you go, and this is, there are two views of 805 Ridgeway. This is the back. It's a fairly large residence, and then the other view showed the front. This is what you see from Ridgeway. The other view is what you see on the corner with Bernardo. If you go to Bernardo, and number 380 in particular, on one side of the street, this is 380 Bernardo, all of the homes are two-story homes, and they're fairly large. Actually, the homes on the other side are also two-story, but they're facing down the hill. 380 Bernardo is on a lot that's 6,000 square feet, and the total size of the residence is 2,995 square feet. So the lot is significantly smaller than ours. Their residence is a little bit smaller than ours, but it covers more square footage, more area than ours will cover. Going to 350 Bernardo, which is just a few doors over. Again, another two-story. It's on a lot that's 6,000 square feet. The residence is 2,809 square feet in size. So it's a little bit smaller than ours, but it's covering more of the lot. And then finally, we took a look at 344 Fresno, which is a two-story home, which I believe used to belong to the former mayor, Mr. Yates. It's on a 6,000 square foot lot. The size of the home is 2,896 square feet. And curiously, although it's listed as a two-story, in fact, it has a third level. I presume that they got a variance or an exception. And these are just the homes that are basically within 1 square block radius of ours. So we feel that our design, as we came up with it, is compatible with the neighborhood in bulk scale, bulk size and scale. The other thing, if you'll note, when you look at, this is a Google Earth photo, obviously. What sets our lot apart from many, many of the others is the open space. You look at the size of the house that's in green right now, that's the existing 1,000 square foot house, and more than half of the lot is open space. In our design, most of that open lot will be preserved, which for us is desirable, and we thought that it would be something that the city would support as well. We've seen many, many houses that go out to every setback, and that's just not what we want. We think they're hideous. We've also picked an architectural style that we thought would fit in with the neighborhood. It's Mediterranean. There are countless Mediterranean-style homes in the neighborhood. We were also aware when we came up with this design that the city, and this is public record, the city granted a building permit to the previous owners, the people from whom we bought the property, to put up an addition or rebuild the house. It would have been 4,362 square feet, and that permit was granted in 2002. And at that time, the same ordinance that the appellants are using to rely on to argue that our house is going to be too big, that same ordinance existed. So this lot has already been permitted for a home much, much larger than what we are proposing. The ordinance that I think is being relied upon by appellants is 17.48.190, which talks about compatibility, height, and bulk. We feel that our design is compatible with the neighborhood for the reasons that we've explained, that the height and bulk are compatible with other homes in the area. We realize that the city has, for a number of years, wrestled with the desire to give better definition to neighborhood compatibility, and that's been a slow administrative process. We feel that we have been caught in a maelstrom. We've become a lightning rod for people that are unhappy with how slow this process has taken. The idea that appellants are entitled to their private view, there is nothing in the ordinance that talks about private view. It talks about preservation of public views. The appellants don't own our land. They don't have an easement across our land. It's the irony to us of the appeal at all is that our design will actually preserve the view of the rock for them to the largest extent possible, and it happens to dovetail with what we want with the property. So if they succeed in their appeal and we have to come back with another design, we've got a couple of options. We either have to push the two-story house further into the lot, a little bit more downhill, if there's an objection to the visibility from the street, that's going to block their view. Or we're going to have to give up on the two-story altogether, which we feel is the most efficient use of the space, go to a one-level home that'll probably occupy the entire lot or push out much further than we had originally hoped. I'm only going to touch briefly on the settlement discussions. Frankly, I really don't want to get into that. I think it's irrelevant. We're asking that the Commission make a decision on our project on its merits. We made an initial proposal to settle. It was rejected. We came back with some additional modifications, but it was a two-part offer. We said there's an A and a B. The appellants want to accept one part, and they can't deliver on the second part. So to us, there's no deal. We feel we've complied with all the ordinance, with all the regulations, the ones that we were given notice of, the ones that are easily definable. We've had a survey done. We had a historical evaluation done. We have done everything. We have crossed every T and dotted every I that the city has asked of us. If the Commission is inclined to deny our permit and to uphold the appeal, then we ask two things. One, we'd like to know specifically what laws have we violated, in what way is our two-story building distinguishable from all the others in the neighborhood and in Morrow Heights, so that we can avoid, when we go back to redesign, so that we can avoid making those mistakes again. And also, please then give us some guidance on what kind of a design would be acceptable so that we can get something passed. We'd like to get construction on our house going. We'd like to move in sooner rather than later. And so In the end, we're asking that the commission, we know there's a lot of emotion, we know there's a lot of angst here, we're sensitive to that. We weren't able to work it out. We think our proposal is modest. We'd like you to make a decision based on the ordinance, the law, and not sympathy and emotion. I have to say I'm a little distressed that more commissioners have had personal contact with the appellants. We haven't reached out to have personal contact. We don't think that's appropriate. So we just ask you to make a decision. Please be fair to us as well. We followed all the rules. Please make a decision based on the facts and the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public who would like to speak to this issue? Please come forward now. We would ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Chairman Teft and Commissioners, Catherine Caldwell, Morro Bay resident. I was contacted by Kenny Blackwell a few months ago because I had filed an appeal in 2014 on the 1000 Ridgeway. And I had some experience with the process. He asked me if I would help him and his wife Lisa, and I said, sure, you know, I'll tell you everything I know and I'll give you all my records and whatever I can do to help. I'd never met Kenny prior to that, or Lisa. I didn't know either of them, but I've come to know them over the past 2 or 3 months. They did reach an agreement with Ms. Torino and her husband. Ms. Torino is correct. They made a first proposal that was rejected. They made a second proposal with modifications that included a hipped roof, the 5-foot setback to the west, pushing it to the west of the bedroom, and one other modification that involved about a foot difference. And they were willing. They had an agreement. They notified the city and Chairman Teft that they had agreed. The Part B that Ms. Torino is alluding to that she hasn't told you about is this. And I'm reading from her agreement that she wanted signatures on. In exchange for the above-mentioned design modifications to the Salino-Torino residence, Catherine Caldwell agrees and promises not to oppose construction of the Salino-Torino residence in any way, including but not limited to the filing of an appeal in connection with any further coastal development permits that may be issued by the Morro Bay Planning Office to Salino-Torino, advising or assisting any other party in the filing of any such appeal, and participating in any future Planning Commission or City Council hearings involving an appeal of such permits issued to Salin and Torino. Well, I can't sign that. I'm not a party to this action. I'm not the appellant. I have no intention of filing an appeal. The agreement that they reached pleases Kenny Blackwell and Dr. Wieland. So that sounds to me like a great solution. It was a win-win situation for everyone. To expect me to be a part of that agreement is ridiculous. And the reason that I won't sign this, other than the fact that it's not about me, is that in the future, they could come back and apply to build a secondary structure, a granny unit, on that property that could be huge. I'm not going to give up my right to speak or to act as a citizen or all the rights that come with being a Morro Bay citizen. So I urge you to support the agreement that they have, strike that provision of the agreement, and let's get on with it. They've succeeded. What's the problem? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other members of the public that would like to speak on this issue?
Hello, my name's Addison Hokma. I'm a resident of Morro Bay and an MCRP student at Cal Poly. And I'm here strictly just to observe tonight. However, just hearing that claim, That sounds like a very strong right. I myself would be in a hard position to ever give up. That is part of what it is to be a resident and a property owner, is your right to defend your property from any takings that might be presented by anyone proposing future developments. So I would encourage that that amendment be struck as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone further? Then we'll bring it back to the commission for discussion. Who would like to lead off tonight? I'm going to pick on Michael. He was down there you're trying to hunker down there.
Well, I was going to tell Ms. Torino, you can just ask Ms. Novak across the aisle from you. Ms. Novak asks us to see every project that she brings forward. I don't always agree with her, but I respect her right to come forward and ask us to look at every project that comes forward. That's a citizen's right that we have to respect. These are public proceedings. Any project in town is subject to the clauses that were brought forward in this particular case. So as soon as one enters into a community, one enters into an intersubjective discussion with the neighbors. And I'm very sorry to see where this one's gone. I do think you've done your homework with the two-story residences on the site around you. I think that it's extremely unfortunate that the better design is not the one that we're voting on. I do think the modifications would have been generous to give to the community as a gift. But I just wanted to really state for the record, any citizen can talk to any of us about any project at any time, and that's their right.
Richard?
It seems to me that we were already there, that you guys agreed. Is there, I may be overstepping. Can we ask the owner to come, or do we have to? Well, let me say what I have to say.
Yeah.
I think that the movement of the buildings that you did and the effort that you did and getting together with the neighborhood, to me, neighborhood compatibility is being neighborly. And I think that you did that, okay? But we can't remove rights that people have to go through the process as well. If we stick just to the project, I really feel that if you just leave the mods like you did, this is a kind of a done-did deal. And if you'd be willing to do that, and I'm not sure what the proceedings here on how we could deal with that, but I think that this is solvable. That's all I have to say right now.
Gary?
This is a tough one. This is getting into placing one owner's property rights against another owner's property rights or presumed rights. I think the original proposal was actually a fairly modest proposal for the lot size, and I think they articulated it in plan to actually address a lot of the neighbors' concerns in the forefront. The modifications, I think, made it better concerning the neighbors' concerns, and I don't think it took anything away from the design. But it's a shame. It's a shame we couldn't have come to concurrence on this issue. But once again, I thought that the original proposal was quite modest and consistent with our design guidelines that we are actually proposing, that we're actually going to be reviewing later. So I'll leave it at that.
Well, I'm disappointed that we haven't, that you haven't been able to resolve this outside of this meeting room, because I thought you were very close. And I do believe the applicants have a very workable solution to your issues. But they are in compliance with the city ordinances, and as you said, part of being neighborly, neighborhood compatibility is being neighborly, and how this is going to go forward in the future and in a neighborhood is also a little concerning. But it is does meet the city ordinances. There is the height and bulk of the project is in line. It's just very disappointing that we weren't able. That there wasn't able to be consensus to give Kenneth and Lisa a little bit more view sharing. But that's where we're at.
Well, I've been thinking quite a bit about this project. I am disappointed that it's back before us again in this situation. I kind of hope that things would have been worked out. I do feel that the modifications that were made to the original plan by Mr. Sallin and Ms. Torino and Mr. Boudreau were fairly generous. I think those were a good faith effort to come to an agreement. I do think it's important, though, that we keep in mind here what we're doing. It's not the role of this commission to evaluate the process that's gone on between these two parties. It's not our role to express a preference for the original plan versus the revised plan. The bottom line is here, we're here to make a decision on an appeal. And there were several bases that were given for the appeal. One was that the size, bulk, and scale were inappropriate to the neighborhood. This is a 2420 square foot house, certainly smaller than many in the neighborhood. I just don't find merit in that argument. It is somewhat closer to the street than some of the other houses in the neighborhood. But as Ms. Torino pointed out, the solution to that would simply be to move the house further from the street, which would be even more of a problem in terms of the neighbor's view. One of the other issues that was brought up was public views. And again, I walked that street for several blocks. The view to the southwest is really relatively insignificant in that area. The major views in that area are, well, the major environment in that area is, number one, the vegetation, the trees, okay, and number two, the views to the south, the views to the southwest are the important views, the ones that look out over the sand spit and out towards Los Osos. That's where the views are. The view of the rock from that street as you walk down it is intermittent, very far off, and you just don't notice it. So I don't think that public views are at issue here. I think the real issue that's driving this is private view protection, and I think it's important that we recognize that we should not be confused by the fact that there's currently a movement in the community towards protection of public views. I think this particular appeal should be considered separate from that. And so, I come to what's the legal basis on which we could accept this appeal? How do we go about justifying that? It's been suggested that the California Coastal Act would support approving the appeal, but it's been recognized since 1898, Kennedy versus Burnap, that ownership of land in California does not imply a right to private view preservation under state law. And this opinion has subsequently been confirmed by the California Court of Appeals since the passage of the Coastal Act. So the Coastal Act has not changed that. In terms of CEQA, there have been a number of court decisions which indicate that CEQA, that obstruction of a small number of private views does not constitute an environmental impact under CEQA. So CEQA does not give us a basis for that. So we really have nothing in terms of state law to go by. The question then is whether, however, the courts have also ruled that a local community can pass an ordinance with regard to view protection, and that ordinance is constitutional. So the question then is, do the local ordinances in the city of Morro Bay provide a basis for approving this appeal? And it is true that there are some passages in the local coastal plan, particularly policies BR2 and BR 2.1, that speak to view protection and don't specify public views. They simply talk about preserving views along the coastline. But there's a hierarchy here, folks. You have the local coastal plan and the general plan, which provide general direction, okay? And then those are enacted through local ordinance, okay? And if you look at the zoning ordinance, the section that Ms. Torino referred to, 17.48.190, specifically says protection, paragraph A specifically says protection of public views, significant public views to and along the coast are protected. So when it gets down to the specifics of the situation, Morro Bay law currently specifies public views. Does that mean that we should not consider private views, that we shouldn't look to providing some degree of view protection or view sharing? In my view, we should, okay? In my view, that definitely, the community has expressed an interest in that. I think that there's a movement in that direction, and I think that that's something that we should pay attention to as we move forward. However, in order to do that, I think we need an extensive, organized outreach to the community that gets all points of view into the position. I think we need to consider preservation not only of existing views, but also of potential views. One of the things that strikes me in this case is we've seen lots of simulations of what the view is going to look like if Ms. Torino and Mr. Salen's house is built. But what we haven't seen is any views that might occur if the living room window were enlarged in Mr. Blackwell's house, or if it were moved, or if the living room and dining room were switched in location, or if there was a second story, or if there was a roof deck. So I think that when we look at this position, when we look at this eventually, we need to say, okay, what are we protecting? Are we protecting the existing views, or are we protecting the right of the owner of that land to establish a view for himself? I think that's a significant question. And I think we need to, I think we also need to consider the fact that changes in other standards may be necessary to provide effective view protection. One of the, in my opinion, and this is sort of an aside, but in my opinion, one of the biggest obstacles to view protection on some of the smaller lots in town is the requirement for 2 enclosed covered parking spaces, which takes away the sort of architectural freedom that would be necessary to do effective view protection. So I think that while it's possible to develop standards that will protect views, I don't think we can do it sitting here ad hoc with a specific case in front of us. I think that would not only be a very poorly constructed decision, but I think in all likelihood it would not stand a chance of withholding a legal challenge in the future. So I'm sorry for being so long-winded. Like I say, I spend a lot of time thinking about it. Those are my thoughts. Jerry.
Well, I move that we deny the appeal and adopt, let's see.
I'm sorry, public comment is closed.
I move that we deny the appeal, adopt the Class 3 categorical exemption, and uphold the Director's approval of the Coastal Development Permit, CPO-448 for 845 Ridgeway, and development plans dated August 8th, 2014 by adopting the Planning Commission Resolution 16-15.
Permission to speak on procedure.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Teft, if I may.
Yes.
Commissioner Lure, does your motion also include adding the following language to the CEQA portion of the staff resolution? Quote, furthermore, none of the exceptions to the categorical exemptions set forth in the CEQA guidelines, section 1500-300.2 apply to this project?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and we have a second before us. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, can we call for the question? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I totally respect the arguments that were put forward. I will be voting against the measure, not because of the arguments that are contained in the motion, but rather I think it's important that we had a better project at hand. It's solely for that reason.
One of the things that, maybe some of the people that haven't been around here that long, this isn't really a lightning rod project. This neighborhood compatibility, I remember there was workshops back in 2006 or 5. So this issue has been kicked around and pushed around, and then we come to these kind of projects that are like in front of us. And some of the examples that you showed are exactly why we need, some guidelines, because those are the kind of projects that the community voiced. And, I must say that a lot of the people that are concerned with this, and these are the same people that really were involved in getting our current council elected. So I'm really, for lack of a better word, bummed that we couldn't come up to an agreement with the solution was there. So I don't agree with the staff's recommendation on this one.
Yeah.
I'm prepared to sign Ms. Torino's waiver if it will solve this matter and resolve the issue between neighbors. Although it's against my better judgment, I will do that.
Okay. We have we have a situation here that seems to be very fluid.
Yeah. There's basically with three options. The first option is to proceed forward with the motion, and the motion has been first and seconded this evening. Approval of which will mean that the original project will go forward. There will be a right of appeal that will last for 10 days. That matter can potentially be appealed to the City Council. The second option is to withdraw the motions, maybe take a brief recess, let the parties talk a little bit, or even continue this or set this aside a little bit later on in the schedule. And if the parties come back with an agreement that they're willing to agree to, then the applicant can request the project will be changed. If that's the case, and the planning commission is inclined to do that, then my recommendation would be to take action to direct staff to come back with a resolution that would deny the appeal and approve the project as modified for final approval at the next meeting. The third option is, I can't think of the third option.
Well, it's the third option I was looking for.
Yeah.
The third option is to uphold the appeal. So if you're inclined to uphold the appeal, that's the problem. That's the third option. So you have three options tonight. However you would like to do that, either at the time you can always declare recess or set this aside for a couple minutes while we consider the matter and give the parties the time to discuss it. With regards to a private agreement to waive rights to object, parties can privately enter into such a contract. Of course, as you also adroitly stated, the planning commission cannot make that as a requirement of the contract, but the parties can voluntarily agree. And if one of the parties were to violate that particular agreement, the remedy would not be to keep them from speaking. They can still speak, but the remedy would be for the other party to go to court and to basically do a breach of contract cause of action in order for failure to comply with the agreement. I hope that was helpful.
I'm in support of a recess.
Yeah. Let's.
I would support a continuation. I would suggest we take up the next matter and continue this item and place it further on the docket, and we will address this after the next item.
Second.
Yeah.
So
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Would the maker of the motion like to withdraw that motion?
Yeah. Do I need to withdraw the first motion, or can this be continued with that motion's unresolved?
We can continue it with the second motion being voted on first. So if you were to vote right now, we would be voting on continuing it. And then when you came back, there would still be on a motion on the floor to approve the original project.
Okay.
Okay. So do I hear then a motion to continue for until the completion of of item number C2?
I move to continue.
Second.
Okay. So we have a second motion and a second. Do we need a roll call, or can we do voice?
Voice is fine.
Okay. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. So we're going to continue this for probably about 45 minutes here while we do the next item, and I would like to hear from you folks again at the end of that time, if we could possibly do that. Okay. Moving on to item number C2, which is case number UP0-342, a precise plan for approval of a conditional use permit UPO-342 for improvements at 901 and 915 Embarcadero. And Cindy's going to talk to us about this one. Okay.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairman Taft and members of the Planning Commission. I just handed to Commissioner Sorensen the actual color board for this project, and so you may look at that during the presentation. And that was to ensure that when that color board was scanned in as a color PDF, that the colors truly reflected this. I would ask that that color board be returned to staff so that it can be given back to the applicant at the conclusion of tonight's hearing. Okay, so this is a request for precise plan approval of conditional use permit UP0-342. And the address location for the project is 901 to 915 Embarcadero at the commercial development, also known as the Harbor Center, also known as Hofbrau, colloquially. The applicant is the Held Family Trust, and the agent representing the applicant is Kathy Novak Consulting. On the screen, you will see a vicinity map that shows the location. This is at the intersection roughly of Embarcadero Road and Harbor Street. And on the next slide is a greater aerial map. Here is the project. And so it's about mid-span along the Embarcadero Road. The zoning for all of these properties, as well as this one on the Embarcadero, is waterfront PD S4. The City Council previously approved the concept plan for this use permit on December 11th, 2012. And then in 2013, there were amendments made to the conditional use permit. The Planning Commission reviewed the amendments and as well as an amended mitigated negative declaration in November of 2013, approving a modified concept plan. That modified concept plan was forwarded with a favorable recommendation from Planning Commission to City Council, where City Council approved a modified concept plan on November 12, 2013. This project is located within the original jurisdiction of the California Coastal Commission, and as such, the Coastal Commission has authority to issue a coastal development permit, which they did at their hearing on October 10th, 2014. So pursuant to our plan development overlay requirements in our zoning ordinance, the Planning Commission must approve a precise plan approval on this use permit as the final step in that conditional use permit process. Here on the screen, you'll see the applicant's proposed site plan. And this is, as you'll see during the course of my presentation, it's by and large roughly what the Planning Commission and the city have already seen. The project includes 4 main areas of scope, and I will summarize them. The first area is construction of a floating dock and gangway with 4 finger slips here on the west side. Construction of a new retail unit, approximately 514 square feet on the west side of the Held Harbor Center building. And that's this area here that's darker color. The third, that area also includes remodel and enlargement of an existing bathrooms to include ADA compliance. Currently, the site does not have designated public bathrooms. The bathrooms are for customer use only. So that is a public access improvement that will benefit the community because it would be a publicly available bathroom. And then the third area of scope is modification of the lateral bayside access by widening from 5 to 10 feet to the southern portion of the lateral access, where my red pointer is pointing to. The width would be accomplished by widening this seaward. And then the northern portion of the site is where the retail unit will be constructed. And so currently there's about 24 feet. The net result will be about 8 feet. And I will go into detail in a later slide about why it's not both 10 feet north and south. And then the fourth area of scope is facade improvements to the existing building along with parking restriping and sidewalk improvements. Here is a proposed floor plan image. This shows the Poppy restaurant and the actually, let me restart here. On the right side of the image is Embarcadero Road, just to orientate you. This is north arrow would be up. So on the northeast corner of the building is where the Poppy's retail is. There is a center glass walkway area. On the bottom right is where the Krill's candy shop is, followed by Hofbrau in the back right, and then the new retail unit would be in the back, I guess that's back right, so northwest corner. This retail unit, as it was presented to Coastal Commission and as is included in that staff report that Coastal Commission, the anticipation is that this would be a kayak or some kind of kayak rental type of retail business. And then you can see the floor plan here. The access way is illuminated in a darker, it's in a shaded area. And then, so just to give you a little bit more details here, as I said, the existing bathroom is for customer use only. That bathroom is going to be right here. It would also include creation of a shower facility for those boaters that are docked at the docks. The access to the restrooms, would be through the existing publicly accessible glass-covered walkway, which you can enter from Embarcadero. A portion of that would be extended about 7 feet into the existing bayside walkway area. The glass-covered courtyard would contain seating open to the public, and there are coastal access signs proposed on the plans in multiple locations, both in the courtyard area and then at the entrances both north and south to the lateral access way, as well as the street entrance to the glass-covered courtyard right here. This site plan shows the floating docks. The floating dock and gangway will include 4 finger-style slips constructed on water lease site 93W to 95W. There was a previous council action which modified the lease lines to incorporate a portion of what is known as 96W, the lease site to the north, and that resulted in the docks. A portion of this particular project's docks is behind the business that was formerly known as Roca's, formerly known as Anchor Park Cafe. I believe there's a new business now, House of Juju's. Looked at it today. The floating dock proposed is approximately 101 feet in length, with each finger slip approximately 40 feet in length and 4 to 5 feet in width. The dock will include fiberglass panels to allow light to penetrate in the harbor waters, as is consistent with other projects. There are 13 new pilings proposed, with 5 additional existing pilings that would be either sleeved or abandoned. And I will get into this in a little bit more detail, too, in a later slide. But these oblong and oval shapes show existing patches of eelgrass. And that, there were mitigations that were incorporated into the environmental document that was adopted for this project, which prohibit any shading or impacts to the eelgrass. This is a slide that shows the public access plan. The areas on this slide that are darker areas illuminate the applicant's public access plan. So as I stated, there is public access along the front and through the center courtyard walkway. The public access, the lateral access, could be gained either from the south here or from the north here. And then, of course, the floating docks. The plans showed that the southern portion, as I alluded to earlier, to be widened from the existing 5 feet to 10 feet. That meets California Coastal Commission requirements, whereas the city's minimum lateral access requirement is 8 feet per our LCP, our local coastal plan. Typically, Coastal Commission requires 10 feet. In this case, they only conditioned the project to have 8 feet on the northern side in order to allow for protection of the eelgrass patches, as I mentioned before, which is an important biological issue. Coastal Commission made findings for allowing that 8 feet where they would normally require 10 feet because of the public access improvements related to this project. And as they stated in their staff report, those public access improvements include the two new ADA compliant public restrooms, the increased width of the southern portion of the walkway from 5 to 10 feet, the public access to and along the proposed boat dock, the use of the new retail unit as a visitor serving recreational kayak rental, and the increased public use of the glass court area. So with those findings, they were able to allow that the area be not 10 feet, but 8 feet. 8 feet is, as I said, our minimum requirement for our local coastal plan, so it is still consistent with city requirements. And then also allows for preservation of this eelgrass area. There was a question posed to staff this afternoon regarding an existing gate that is here, and I took a picture of it just so you could see if you were standing out in that area. The question was posed to me by Chairperson Teft whether or not this gate would preclude access to members of the public going through this area. And just in looking at the plans this afternoon, it was determined that this is the area where the new retail unit will be going, and this gate actually will be going away. I did go down to the site today and noticed that right here where I'm pointing to, there is a padlock and a chain that holds us in an open position, and it looks very rusty, such to the point that I don't think this gate has ever been closed. But I thought I'd point that out. So, and then also this walkway area here, it does kind of dog-leg through as you're walking through here. This will be widened, and so it will go out some because the retail unit will be here, and then it'll go out, it'll extend seaward, so we'll have a minimum of 8 feet in width here, and then on the southern portion you will see the 10 feet. So I just thought I'd show you that gate. Many times we use Google Earth images in our slides, but that doesn't show you, images on the street today. And then these are some of the these are depictions of the public access signs that would be included in the on the site when it's built, and these are consistent with other projects that are approved. It's a standard format: coastal access, announcing that there will be coastal access, announcing coastal access for the public floating docks. Coastal Commission did acknowledge that they wanted the public to have that unique experience of observing Morro Bay directly at the water level. It's a different experience than when you are on a raised lateral access way. And so that was very important, and they did specifically call that out in their staff reports. So there will be signs posted to that effect that does let the public know that they can both access that lateral access way and then this sign here regarding public floating docks. This sign here, unfortunately, it's not readable, but this would be the interpretive sign. There are conditions on the project. There would be a sign placed near the eelgrass bed. It would be an interpretive sign explaining to the public why eelgrass is important, biologically speaking, how it protects the bay. And then a sign, of course, announcing that there are public restrooms available. And then again, more coastal access signs. So in this slide, there are these. These are the elevations. At the top of the slide, you will see the north elevation. Looking from, it says Anchor Park here. That was the name of that's the name of the park. There was a business actually directly to the north, formerly known as Anchor Park Cafe, that I think was still in existence when this project originally went forward. The east elevation, and then this elevation here would show you from the bay side view the docks, and I have some visual simulations that will depict this a little bit better. So in these slides, you'll see the visual simulations. This is the existing view. And this is a slide that was previously shown to the city when the permit was approved in 2012 and then modified in 2013. The site still looks like this. When the city council approved it in 2013, they did approve, as I said, part of the project includes an awning remodel with some posts. And when the Planning Commission and the city council looked at this, they did approve this awning where there would be an increase in height along the, I think this is the front 1/3 of the building. Coastal Commission expressed concerns about this increase in height over what's existing. And so when this went to Coastal Commission in October, they conditioned the project to lower that awning. And so this is the visual simulation. And so this is the what's before you today as precise plan and as conditioned by Coastal Commission. This image also shows the color palette. So in these previous ones, these were concept slides, so you weren't really seeing the color. As I stated at the beginning of my presentation, you do have the actual color board materials. And as you can see from the PDF slides, sometimes those colors don't exactly translate through. Just to wrap up the awning discussion, so there are posts that are proposed to be in front of the existing building, and this is described in the staff report. The purpose of the posts would support the extension of the awning across the front of the building. It's an architectural design element. When this project went to Planning Commission and City Council, there was acknowledgement by the Planning Commission then in 2012 that there would still be the required 8-foot sidewalk for this. And then also, as I mentioned in the staff report, there will be restriping of this existing parking lot here. There's currently one of the parking lots encroaches into this red zone right here. And as you'll see in your resolution for approval, Public Works has added conditions that the parking would be restriped to provide for compact parking spaces with wheel stops and sidewalk improvements along Harbor Street, and also the asphalt surface material along the walkway here would be replaced with standard concrete. And there is currently a light post right about here that would also be replaced to provide for that lighting. It leaves very little room right now for a pedestrian to walk down the sidewalk, because that was the path that I took when I went down there today to take the photo of that gate. I kind of had to walk around that light post. So moving along, just to show you the waterside visual simulations. This is the existing view from the bay, looking to the north, and then with the docks there. So before and after, you'll see the new docks here as I go back and forth, and then the awning changes there. So some additional comments before I get to the staff recommendation. The applicant has requested to phase the construction of this project, and that is reflected in the original concept plan approvals, planning condition number 25, which is Exhibit E in the staff report provided for this phasing. However, as described in the staff report, due to the length of time for processing by Coastal Commission, the applicant did receive an amendment to the release from the City Council back in July of 2014 to adjust that phasing schedule. The phasing schedule would be done in 3 phases. The construction of the public improvements would be done first, which includes the sidewalk, the new light standard, parking space, awning, and new posts. That would be done no later than November 1st, 2015. Phase 2 would commence construction no later than November 1, 2016. And that would include the construction of the new retail unit, the public restrooms, and the glass court area. And then the last phase would be to commence no later than November 1, 2017, and that would be the floating dock construction with all final phases to be done no later than the end of May 2018. So staff is recommending that the planning condition be added that the currently, from staff's review, the plans don't reflect that phasing, although it has been in correspondence that staff has received and it's in previous permits. But because the phasing has been revised by City Council, staff is recommending that a condition be added that plans be revised to reflect phasing as approved by the Council lease amendment, and that's this paragraph here. And then the paragraph above, and excuse me, I went out of order here. The applicant, after the staff report was released, the applicant brought to staff's attention that Public Works Condition Number 3 describes the city's water equivalency unit offset requirements. And the way that program works and the requirement that City Council has is that it's for projects deemed complete. And actually, this project was deemed complete back in prior to its approvals in 2012. And so as such, it would not be subject to the 2015 WEU requirements. And so staff is recommending that the Public Works Condition Number 3 be deleted since it does not apply to this project. And then also the final thing that I would like to draw to your attention is there was some question from the applicant to staff regarding a fire condition. And I received an email late in the day today from our harbor director, which I gave you a copy of the email that I received. Staff is not recommending any changes to the fire conditions that are in your resolution at this point. But staff would like to bring it to your attention that that the fire conditions, as stated, that staff is comfortable with them, but that the harbor department does have an agreement with the fire department such that they would provide for sprinkler protection, either harbor department, or they would require the applicant to the north of this applicant. And if that's confusing, I will answer questions as they arise. So with that, with these two modified conditions here, Public Works Condition Number 3 deleted and a recommended condition added, staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission conditionally approve the precise plan by adopting a motion that approves precise plan for UPO 342 by adopting PC Resolution 1515 as modified. And with that, I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Cindy. Are there questions for staff? I'll bet. Yeah. Michael.
Just to be really clear, all the upper walkway improvements are part of the first phase. It's just the lower docking area and the ramp that's later on.
That's right. Well, there's 3 phases. So the first phase would be that those public improvements, I can go back to that. So it's the sidewalk, the light standard, the parking space, the awning, and the new posts. So the most visible portions, right, yeah.
But the second phase includes all the rear waterside walkways and then the new space. Okay.
Cindy?
Yeah.
On the restrooms, because I walk that every day, so I'm kind of familiar, and the restrooms are actually left open, so anybody could probably use them. But they would be now behind the glass, correct? Because right now they're not behind the glass, so they would be moved behind the glass, and the only entrance into the shower would be through the second restroom, correct?
On the shower, yes, and that they would be accessible through that glass area. And I pointed out that they're not available to the public right now because when you actually enter the Harbor Center from that main door, there is a sticker-like sign on the window that says no public bathrooms. It does actually call that out, although the letter N is missing from the sign.
Well, also, too, and so there will be a gate right there for the shower. So, but people who are using that restroom, they don't have access unless they're, docking on the dock. Correct?
As the applicant submitted it to us, the shower facilities would only be for people using the docks. Okay. That's correct.
But then, I'm sorry, just a follow-up. By the same token, if someone were taking a shower, would that second restroom be available to the public?
It doesn't appear that way.
Yeah, that I'm not sure, but our applicant might be able to provide some clarification to that.
Getting back to the phasing, when would the new unit be installed? Would that be in the first phase or the second phase?
Second phase. The new retail unit?
Yeah, so the new retail unit will be done in conjunction with the walkway improvements along the harbor front, correct?
I think our applicant can address that. What I have is that the retail unit, the public restrooms, and the glass court area would be in phase 2.
Okay. I'm just concerned about getting the private benefit before the public benefit. We've seen that happen before.
Thanks for your presentation. It's like kind of earned your keep on that one. You know, I may be going off on a tangent here a little bit, but this thing with the water situation that we're in, and you guys recommending we go back to the 212. I have some concern, and with basically all the developments going on right there on the Barcadero. And correct me if I'm wrong, okay? But a lot of that, like retail space, these funds go right to the harbor. But when it comes to water and it comes to sewer, we have the citizens of the Morro Bay. Is this any way? Is there any way that we can make sure that everybody's paying their fair share when it comes to expanding like water service? You're talking about putting water service down below, a shower facility. This is all good. And I noticed that there's a lateral that if you have to change your lateral, which is, I'm kind of like, well, it's almost for sure you're going to be adding at least capacity to the lateral. So is this something that the staff's take into consideration, or is this something that's in a policy that we can't?
I mean, it's covered through billing. I mean, just like everything else is. WEU thing was simply, the way that the ordinance is written, it has a statement in it that says the WEU process applies to projects based on its deemed complete date. And so this project predated when that language was put into the resolution, and was, at least projects, and you probably are more aware of this than I am, take quite a while to get through the process. And so it's not unusual to have some of them that have been lingering out there for years, which is the case with this one. So it was a kind of condition that was put in there, but should not have been included. Other than that, any expansion of the use out there in water services for a new retail space or what have you is going to be covered through, standard billing like we do. So, and metering.
Thank you.
Michael? I just have a couple of questions. You mentioned the Coastal Commission standards for lateral access being 10 feet. Does the Coastal Commission have a standard for vertical access?
I haven't come across that. So are you referring to the access along where the railing is on the south side?
Well, that and also the sidewalk that goes from the Embarcadero back to back to the door.
In all the projects that I've worked on the Embarcadero, I haven't seen a standard for that other than what Public Works would. I would add, and I forgot to add this in my presentation, if I could go back to the site plan, just to clarify where the lease site ends on the southern portion. So right here, originally, the way that this lease site 93 to 95 was drawn up, so this solid line that I'm drawing a red dot over, it used to be such that a sliver of this glass court area and a sliver of this building actually encroached outside of the lease line. Then in 2013, there was a lease line amendment that was done, and it amended the lease boundary so that this line was actually moved south 5 feet, and now the line is here. So I have a picture of this here. So here's a lease map, and I don't know that this is much better, but you'll see now, here you are with Embarcadero Road on the north. Excuse me. So it basically just moved, and it really just picked up about 93 square feet in total. And so then here, reviewing the plans, and this is kind of showing, this is just showing the railing there, but the actual lease boundary goes right here. So that's where the lease line ends, lease site ends.
But,
that didn't really answer your question, but I'm not aware of any coastal requirements regarding vertical access. But
so let me get this straight, though.
For width.
Then, as I understand it, there's a requirement that the applicants are going to replace the existing sidewalk, even though there's a sidewalk already there. Is that correct?
That is correct. That's a condition that Public Works added. It's not a standard sidewalk. It's an aggregate material, and it's the condition was just to replace that with standard concrete.
So is it going to be replaced to the same width that it is now?
I believe it's going to be wider, and I think that's why they're having to do parking restriping. I can look at the resolution and double check that.
Or maybe, is that something the applicant could answer? Okay, so we can let that go. The other question, I guess the other question I had was, is there a standard formula for the percentage of parking spaces in a particular area that should be compact versus standard?
The question was, is there a standard formula for the
right? In other words, is it usual to have 20% compact spaces or 30%? Or?
Yeah, so typically it's 25% is allowed to be compact. I believe the applicant also has info on this. When this went to Planning Commission in 2013, there was analysis done on their parking. So they have existing parking, and their existing uses were calculated in. The city has a long-standing practice of grandfathering in parking credits based on how buildings were originally constructed. They were able to demonstrate, the applicant and staff was able to verify parking calculations such that they didn't need to provide for additional new parking spaces as a result of the new docks and retail unit.
Right. I guess my concern is if we're converting 4 spaces, 5 spaces to compact, are there an adequate number of standard size spaces on the other side of this street end?
And I think that's due to the condition says 8.5 by 18. The plans actually show a 9 by 18 space, so it'll be slightly larger than a true compact size. But I think the compromise is that right now we have a parking space that's actually encroaching into a traveled walkway area. It's actually in the red zone, so it's remedying that oversight, and the solution is to restripe them, and that compact was the only option left.
Okay, so that's all the questions I have. Yeah.
I think it's better to ask you at this point than after the public comment. The signage from the north side coming in from Anchor Park, essentially there isn't any. Is that going to be remedied to indicate that this is a public walkway?
I believe the plans do show that they would be required to have coastal access both from the entrance on the north and the south side of the lateral access way.
But the plans stop short of what used to be the Anchor Cafe. When they did the remodel there, I saw that they didn't put any coastal access signs on their side. So coming from the park, you can't tell that that's a public access.
Right, and the city does expect that lease site owner will be coming forward soon with a use permit application. So that would be picked up that lease site, that's 96, they would have the same requirement where they would have to add coastal access signs and all of that. There will be a coastal access sign at the northern portion of this particular lease site. Announcing that. But right now, if you are standing over by Anchor Park.
Right.
Yeah, that is not quite so obvious, but that would be a condition applied to that leasee,
Yeah, because you're basically facing blank walls.
Yeah.
So it's not very inviting. And
yeah, and I spoke with the harbor director today. They actually did. He did acknowledge that that lease site 96. That person is very due for submitting a proposal. So I would imagine we would be expecting that imminently, but waiting on them.
And on the facades between the new and the existing, could we go back to the first? Especially those facades, that facade that's between those two, right? And then flip back to the existing, please. Okay. Is there any reason the Coastal Commission or allowed the facade to go straight across rather than keeping that gable section there? Because if you look between the two facades, you'll see how much more of the rock and of the view it actually does, block. And I don't see a structural or an architectural reason really for bringing that straight across. It actually.
The information that was presented at concept stage was that the increase in height was for utility services, to conceal the utility services, and that it was part of the architectural design that the applicant wanted to present.
Okay. So is there a mechanical drawing? I didn't see a mechanical drawing in the plan. It showed locations for AC units, or?
I don't believe that they're in the plans. That's just the what was included in the staff report at the concept plan stage.
Okay, thanks.
No other questions for staff? Okay, so we'll open this matter up to public comment, and I assume that Ms. Novak is here to speak on the applicant's behalf.
Yes, good evening, Chair Tefft and members of the Commission. My name is Kathy Novak from Novak Consulting, and I'm here tonight to represent Mr. Smith-Held for his project. First, I'd like to thank staff for their time and work on this project, as well as the recommendation for approval. Staff has given you an extensive report on this project from the history and the different hearings through the current precise plan review stage. So I don't want to take the Commission's time to go over all these items that have already been presented, so I will just make myself and the project team available for any specific questions that you might have on these materials. I do, however, want to cover one item that I'd like to discuss with the Commission, that is fire condition number 3, which is on page 5 of your staff report. Excuse me, the condition reads that there shall be a notation on the plans that stipulate that the fire sprinkler protection be constructed beneath the existing walkway at least site 96W behind the neighboring property at 945 Embarcadero. Furthermore, the fire sprinkler protection will be done prior to the city allowing any boats to tie up at the floating docks that are a part of this project approval. So basically, Mr. Held can build the docks, but the city won't issue a final occupancy permit or let him use the docks until the sprinklers are in place on the neighbor's lease site, which I'll just call for tonight property, so hopefully it'll make it a little bit more understandable. I would like to begin with a little history on this issue so that the Commission can understand our objections to the language in this condition. A couple of years ago, the fire department requested a condition of approval on this project that would have required Mr. Held to actually construct the fire sprinklers on the next door neighbor property, and that he could not use the docks that were in close proximity to the wharf until this was done. At the time, I explained to the city and gave them an example that this would be similar to me owning a vacant lot where I wanted to construct a building next door to a paint store. I'm going to be using paint store just for an example because of the flammable materials. During the permit process, the city conditioned my project to install fire sprinklers in the neighbor's building before I would be allowed to occupy my building after it was complete. In this example, and with the project tonight, I would need to do construction on property that is not within my ownership. However, the city cannot impose a condition of approval on a project to do anything on the property that is not owned by the applicant because there is no legal authority to do such. We had several meetings with the city to discuss this, and it was finally determined that they did not have the authority to condition of approval on this project to construct on the property that is not within the applicant's control. Ultimately, to resolve the fire department's concerns about tying boats up at the docks in close proximity of the existing wharf or the walkway on the neighbor's property, the city, harbor, and fire departments agreed to work together and would figure out a way to install the fire sprinklers. The city also agreed that this issue would not be included in the planning process of this project and that Mr. Held would not be a party to getting the sprinklers done. Now we are here before you with a condition of approval that has reversed this agreement from 2 years ago and after the approvals from the council without this language. My specific concern with this conditions are the following. One, that the language states, quote, prior to vessel moorage, end quote, and two, quote, at proposed floating docks, end quote. First, the city is imposing a condition of approval that puts Mr. Held in an untenable position where he will be responsible for making sure that the city installs the fire sprinklers so that when he completes his docks, he can get a final permit and use them. Second, Mr. Held has a lease with the city that stipulates the timing in which he must have all phases of construction completed as evidenced by a final occupancy permit or can be found in default of his lease. Third, the city will be requiring that Mr. Held sign the applicant's acceptance of conditions after your approvals that he agrees to all the conditions and fully agrees to comply with them. But the city is not willing to comply with their agreement that was made to this applicant that he would not be in a position of responsibility for any of this sprinkler work. Last, during our meetings on this issue, the fire department expressed concern for only the two end finger slips adjacent to the wharf. However, the condition of approval tonight states, quote, proposed floating docks. So it goes well beyond the original issue and now restricts all of the docks from being used if the fire sprinklers are not installed. I would like to make it clear that this project is conditioned to install all necessary fire suppression that is required by the fire code, so these docks will be protected with the necessary fire standpipes, hoses, and etc. In conclusion, I am simply requesting that the city modify this condition to respect the agreement that was done prior to this point by eliminating the language regarding the vessel moorage prohibition, and to make sure in the event that someone that is not familiar with this history of this project and approvals does not misinterpret what the city's and applicants' responsibilities were for the fire sprinklers. Mr. Held is willing to accept a condition that reads, quote, sheet A2, existing walkway at lease sites 96W notation. Fire sprinkler protection beneath the existing walkway at the harbor lease site 96W behind 945 Embarcadero shall be provided at site 96W by the city per a negotiated agreement between the Morro Bay Harbor and Fire Department, which requires fire sprinkler installation and maintenance costs be funded by the Morro Bay Harbor Department. And I do have copies of that with me, and after I'm finished here, I will give that to staff. I made 6 copies, one for staff and one for each one of the commissions, if you'd like to follow up on the language that I just said. So there was a couple of questions by the commissioners during the before my time here, so I'm going to try to see if I can answer those questions for you. The first question was in regards to the Phase 2 improvements and that the public benefits are not included or are after the private improvements. The first phase includes public improvements, which is to redo the sidewalk from along the Embarcadero and Harbor Street. Also, I'll include the other question about the size of the sidewalk along Harbor Street. It's about 4 feet right now, but there's a lamppost that staff mentioned in their presentation. So that lamppost will come out so that there will be a 4-foot wide sidewalk there, and they'll be putting lighting on the building to replace the street light. So that is definitely a public improvement. The awning, of course, is a private improvement. So when we're concerned about the time that we have to do this project, we have to go back now and do all the construction drawings and get a building permit and bring forward. But the city does not want us to be doing any kind of work on the Embarcadero between May and September because of our visitor season. So we have to look at the timing of the construction of this project so that it's feasible to try to get the most part of the project done outside that timeline for the visitors coming here on the Embarcadero. Plus, the retail unit the Harbor Walk will all be done together as one project. So you're concerned about public improvements on the Bayside, that will all be done, and there will be a final permit or a final occupancy permit issued for that collectively. So it won't be the new retail unit coming in and getting a final occupancy, then later on that the Harbor Walk gets open. So hopefully that will alleviate any concerns about the public improvements. The second restroom, yes, it will be closed if somebody is in the shower. The access is through that, so that would be closed temporarily while somebody's using those facilities. The Coastal Commission is in regards to vertical access requirements. I have never experienced the Coastal Commission expressing any kind of width for vertical access, but our city zoning ordinance does address vertical access on properties in the Embarcadero, and traditionally when the Coastal Commission looks at those projects and that provide vertical access, they go along with what the city's zoning ordinance says. And that's dependent upon the location and the size of the lease site in the city's zoning ordinance. Let's see, what else was there? Oh, the parking space widths for the parking lot. Actually, this is not a parking lot. It's the right-of-way, Harbor Street. So the problem that we were having early on when we brought this project to the city, we met with the city staff. We had public works and engineering and planning and everybody sitting around the table fire, and we were discussing the parking area down on the Harbor Street. Public Works requested of us that we look at redesigning the public spaces on the north side of Harbor Street there. They quickly realized, the staff had mentioned, that one of the spaces was in the red zone, so people were parking illegally on that end space. So we asked the Public Works Department to please let us know what you would like to see as far as parking goes in that particular section, and we can do that. So it was at the desire of the Public Works that we would put 2 10-foot wide spaces closest to the bay, then the rest of the spaces would be at 9 feet wide, and that is the maximum area that's allowed. So we were trying to maximize the number of spaces, and they wanted to do that to have one more extra parking space. The other reason is why the compact and the shorter, the 18-foot, is that right-of-way distance from the parking spaces to the south is not very the width isn't there. So the backup distance is something to be concerned about. So the Public Works basically said we would rather have smaller cars parking in there because the backup distance is concerned. So let's put the bigger cars out on the Embarcadero where there's larger spaces, and that will answer our questions. So that's how the whole parking space design came about, was at the request of City Public Works. Anchor Park sign, I think maybe staff answered your questions. That typically what we do on any project on the Embarcadero, and have for years, is the project that comes forward provides the coastal access signs. If there's 2 locations, the north and the south, there's one there, and then from this case there's also the one from the Embarcadero going in. And then the project that would be next door wouldn't be provided any signage until they came forward with their project, and they would be conditioned to provide the signage. So each one, as the Harbor Walk fills in, provides their own signage. And I believe that answers everybody's questions. I'm happy to answer anything else you have for me. I'll give this to the staff for the condition. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Gene Dowdy, architect for the project, 201 Main Street. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And the only comment I'd have on the coastal access, the lateral access, I spent the last 4 hours reading the Coastal Act, and I cannot find any regulation on the width of the lateral access. Our LCP says 8 feet. Lately, the Coastal Commission's been asking for 10 feet. But what I've seen so far is 8 feet is to meet our requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. This is open public comment, so anyone else who'd like to speak on this project, please come forward. Okay. Before we close public comment, are there any questions for the applicant or the applicant's representative, Michael?
Yeah, could the design staff or consultants talk about what Commissioner Lohr mentioned about the little notch pediment on the south side? Yeah. In other words, is there new rooftop equipment between the Hofbrau entry and the corner?
This used to be. My name's Mark Allen at Los Osos. This used to be the bandstand project and was an abandoned thing. I don't know, God, years ago. And I was always infuriated with that phony gable. It just bugged me. And I'm kind of the school of horizontal lines on the coast, and I wanted to get rid of the phony gable and improve the horizontal lines. Anyhow, I don't fully understand your question, but
I guess it's more of a comment that I'll save for later. That's all.
Okay.
Other questions for them?
I have some questions about the docks, so I think that would be towards Gene. Okay.
Yes.
One thing, you've installed bumper posts in between the fingers. Are those required for any reason?
The bumper pilings?
Yeah, it seems like you're basically cutting the dockage space in half. So in case there's, a catamaran or something that would wish to dock there, they couldn't.
In my experience on the waterfront for the last 40 years, on those perpendicular slips there, as a boat tries to come in with or against the tide, they're able to use that bumper to fend off and come in. So that's where they're there.
Okay. And probably for moorage from tidal flow, too.
Yeah.
You can tie to that. Okay. Then maybe you can, the extension on the dock that we're talking about as far as the sprinklers go, is that is outside of your leasehold, but you're building the dock there.
Are you talking to the north or to the south?
It would be to the north.
No, we have that lease. That's.
Can you pull up one of the slides that shows the wharf, and maybe we can do a better explanation?
Okay.
Let me see if I can take a quick stab at this. Originally, the floating dock project on Smith Held's project did not extend past and go into the neighboring leaside area. The Harbor Department worked with the neighboring folks, and they decided that it was not going to be feasible for them to put a dock project in behind their site. So it was offered to Smith if he wanted to extend his floating dock project to pick up the water lease area behind the neighbors. So what we did is we did a lease side amendment so that Smith picked up and extended his floating docks, picked up the area behind the neighboring building, but the neighboring building still holds the existing wharf that you see there today, the one that was behind the gate that sticks out there. That's still within the neighbor's lease site. That's the existing wharf that the fire department is asking to have fire sprinklers put under. These docks will be equipped with fire suppression as per code with the standpipes and et cetera, and will cover all that area.
Okay. I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you were talking about the floating docks that needed to be sprinklered.
No.
And that was okay.
Yes.
Okay. Then.
And then the floating docks are free and clear of the lease site buildings.
Okay. And then let's see. As far as docking and. Is there going to be any restrictions on, or what is your going to be conditions? Are you going to be looking for, allowing liveaboards there? You're going to have the facilities?
No, we actually proposed the project with that condition that there would be no liveaboards. It was approved at the Coastal Commission with the no liveaboard inclusion, and also the Coastal Commission did go a little step further in one of their conditions on the limitation of the type of boats that could actually tie up there. I tried to explain to the Coastal Commission that south of Beach Street that the city doesn't have any limitations of the type of boats, but what the Coastal Commission did was come up with a litany of type of boats. So we have a pretty broad area, but we could find ourselves restricted by the Coastal Commission condition on types of vessels that could dock there.
This seems almost an ideal place for liveaboards. What
The
was
Coastal Commission has
Commission's-
not wanted any liveaboards for quite some time. The salt building Abbas project, it was no liveaboards were proposed there or not allowed by the Coastal Commission. There's been several, I'd say like 3 or 4 other projects in the past 10 years that the Coastal Commission said no liveaboards. So it's been something we haven't proposed.
Is there any provision for, day use as far as docking facilities for, basically local boats going to tie up and then going to the restaurant, or?
No, there's not, but right next to this project is the city's dock that does just exactly that.
Okay.
There's the observation deck, and then there's a floating dock, and it's designed, I think it does have some hour limitations, like you can only tie up there for 3 hours or something to encourage the transient boaters to come in. So there is there, and then the gangway to come up to the street.
Okay. I think that's a useful condition to allow, to encourage local boating and, give you a variety of places for boats to go to and to stop and, use the Embarcadero also.
Right. It's a little difficult because if we're trying to build floating docks to encourage people to supply slips so that they can have a place to dock their boat on a full-time basis. But in addition to that, some of the other areas that would be maybe on the inside of the floating dock, for example, toward the Harbor Walk, we can't use that area because of the potential for impacting eelgrass. So it's been designed where boats can't tie up there. So otherwise, that would have been a perfect place for the transient boats.
Now, as far as the eelgrass goes, is there? Can it conditionally? Does it have the right conditions to expand its scope in that open area there, or is that going to be too shaded, other than just where it's existing?
It could. It's hard to say. Eelgrass right now, in some locations, everybody's saying that the eelgrass is going away, especially in the Back Bay. But we've discovered in the northern part of the Embarcadero that the eelgrass is actually better than it has been in the past 2 or 3 years. So it's kind of a cyclical thing, but there's nothing that's going to be over the top of the eelgrass bed. You can see the eelgrass bed that's marked on the screen. So all that area in there is available for eelgrass to grow if it wants to.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Kathy, I have a couple. Looking at the public access management plan here, I only see a sign indicating public restroom inside of that glassed-in sort of walkway. So someone walking by the building in front or back would have no idea that there's a restroom on the inside?
That's very possible. That we had proposed the signage to the Coastal Commission the way that it's been presented to you, and that's what they accepted. So.
Yeah, I only see the one sign on the inside. Okay, the second, and maybe I missed this because we got a lot of pages with small print on them.
Excuse me, I stand corrected. Jean said that there's going to be one on the glass door on the Embarcadero side too.
And on the bay side.
Right.
Okay. Maybe I missed this. What are the provisions going to be for like the maintenance of the common areas, like the access ways and the glassed-in area?
That's all the responsibility of the applicant of this project.
And is that different from the current leaseholder?
No, everybody maintains their own lease site. There really hasn't been any kind of an agreement. I believe that the boatyard complex might have had an agreement with the city to take care of the restrooms, but that was like, 12, 15 years ago that happened. But all the projects that I'm aware of lately that have come before the city has not offered to take care of the restrooms or do any of that kind of work.
But there's no like scheduled inspections or maintenance schedule, nothing like that specified?
The applicant's going to have to be just conscientious about making sure that the things are clean. I'm sure that if people start complaining to the Harbor Department, for example, that the Harbor Department would come to the applicant and say, you're not maintaining your site properly. And actually, in the city master lease, there is provisions in the master lease for maintaining the site. So if the city wanted to threaten any
leaseholder, then there's maintenance issues that they would have to abide by.
I just noticed that, especially in that walkway area, there's a lot of graffiti on the walls right now, and that causes me some concern in terms of future maintenance.
Yeah, the area has been let go just a little bit, but it's been pending that we're going to be doing a lot of work down there. So he, needs to keep up on a little bit more, and I can turn around and ask him to help us out on that one too.
And then, is there going to be any change to the furniture or the amenities in that glassed-in area, that atrium area? Because currently there are chairs and tables and connections to both the ice cream, candy, sweet roll shop and the Hofbrau, and regardless of signage, the visual presentation for someone walking by is that this is a private eating area for these two retail establishments. So
right.
is there going to be some sort of furnishings or plantings or other amenities that are going to lead the public into that area?
Well, he's going to replace the tables and chairs down there so that it makes it a little bit more aesthetically pleasing. And part of the Coastal Commission's conditions of approval require that there be signage down there within that area that makes it clear that that's open for public access and for public dining. Most of the projects have to put some sort of a table tent on the table, or in this case it might be easier just to put something on the wall, but there will be clear signage down there that the public is able to sit there and enjoy whatever without having to, and no exclusive restaurant seating.
Mm-hmm. But and the connection, the doorways to the Hofbrau and the sweet roll shop will be maintained. Will still be there.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have.
Maybe I can just follow up on that. Some of those requirements for fire code, because you have to have ingress and egress. So in order to have a larger occupancy than 49, you have to have two methods. So some of that we can't change just because we can't all of a sudden limit the number of occupants that can go into the restaurant, and to meet fire code we have to have the separate egresses.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Hofbrau now has four, right? Four doors going in and out.
But the restaurant area itself, it's got the front door coming in and then two onto the patio area. So
it's got one to the atrium area and one to the outside patio area, and then one exit going out through the outdoor eating area out onto the sidewalk or the walkway.
But the outdoor eating area is going to change a little bit because it's actually shrinking in size a little bit. But so there won't be access if you go out the rear door out to the outdoor patio. That's all closed in. That's not changing. That's still exclusive restaurant seating.
But there is an opening on the south end of that area.
Is there? Okay. Is that going to stay open? Okay. Excuse me. Is it going to stay open? So, again, I would just have to make sure that if there was something that we're not going to set ourselves up for any kind of problem with building code. That's
right.
what I'm worried about.
No, of course. Of course.
I have one additional question.
Sure.
Kathy? Currently, and I know that you're moving the door further out and giving more atrium type room in it, but currently there is an outdoor eating area which is not attached necessarily to the restaurant. I think there's at least one or two tables there, maybe cement if I remember correctly. Will those continue to be there, or do those disappear by moving the doorway?
I think they're going to disappear by moving the doorway because we have to have room for the retail unit. Then you've got to have room for coming in to be able to access the restrooms. But it increases the area inside the glass court, so there will be some inside seating available to the folks. And then we also have to make sure that we meet our Coastal Commission regulations, or our conditions for width. So we will be constrained a little bit in that particular area just because of the addition for the retail unit and the Harbor Walk size, since we increased the size.
Will there be any, on the Harbor Walk side, any places for people to sit? We have, an elderly population, and, after a while they do need to sit down, and if they're not going to be going into the building, but that they would have benches available.
Yes, there's one on the north side by the retail unit. If you look on your plans, you'll see a bench indicated on the north side of the Harbor Walk area right by the retail unit. And there'll also be some trash and receptacles there too.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. No further questions for staff, so let's bring it back to the commission for discussion. Jerry, you want to lead us off on this one, or?
Yeah. Actually, I think they're not changing the project too much. I'm more interested in the dock spaces, and then also the Harbor Walk. I think that's such a gift to the public, and it also makes Morro Bay a unique visiting opportunity and a unique opportunity for people to come in contact with the bay and interact with it from a safe distance, and then also just from a visually pleasing distance. So I'm concerned always that we get the public benefits along with the private benefits when they go concurrently and are not phased differently. So as long as that is true and that's in the correct phasing, then I'm happy to see that. I am concerned about that south facade. I think it raises that facade up for no real apparent reason. I can see the architect's vision about horizontal lines and clean lines, and I understand that, but you could also do that at 2 feet lower and still have plenty of opportunity for signage and decrease the mass and the apparent mass of that building. I think that would be a more appropriate look for that facade. And the other thing is, this project came before us quite a while ago, and the gate was one of the conditions that was allowed, and so they were using that to block it off because the wharfage to the north behind the Anchor Cafe at that point was in such poor repair. I was actually kind of surprised to see the gate still there, and I'm happy to see it leaving. When it gets when the new construction's done. So I want to make sure that that's in the that's a clear understanding, is that gate's not going to be there and it's not going to be locked at any point. Catherine's note about the seating on that point, I was looking to, and I didn't see any bench seating on that walkway, but I'll let her discuss that. And then the signage at Anchor Park, it would be nice to get clear signage there. So if the harbor department could follow up on that, then in conjunction with this project, I think that would clarify that is a public access and public walkway. And I think that's really important that we notify the public to that. So, but my main concern on this point is just that south facade.
Catherine?
I think this will be wonderful for Morro Bay, and for a person who walks that almost every day. It'll be nice to have it freshened and be able to see the eelgrass, and also be able to go down closer to the water, once it's finished. I am a little disappointed that the bay it's not staged differently, that we can't have the bay side done during the first part, in the first stage as opposed to the second stage. And I just would recommend that you kind of rethink that, but I'm sure there's really good reasons for it. But I think right now that whole area does look a little dilapidated, and we do need to freshen it considerably. I do like that there will be true restrooms for the public there, as opposed to just sneaking in them, and as we're taking our walks. And all in all, very nice project.
Thank you. Richard?
Yeah, I think this is a good project for Morro Bay. I got a question for staff, though. Ms. Novak brought up a good point with the fire. It makes absolutely no sense for an applicant to have to put in fire someplace where he doesn't.
I can certainly understand Ms. Novak's concern and the applicant's concern for this issue, but it is a health, life, safety issue. And it has to do with the occupancy of really, that portion of the dock the floating dock that's going to be sitting behind the adjacent lease site. This is why that discussion came up originally. They were concerned about the fact that the wharf that sits there out, on the bay side of that lease site that's not sprinklered. And so so having a boat moored there creates a health, life, safety issue from that standpoint, and that's why fire had that concern and noted it in the staff report. The city's intent and has been since the last time we discussed this was to implement the sprinklers one way or another. Either the harbor is paying for it to have it done, and you have an email to that effect, or they have the lease site that sits adjacent to them put that in. But the issue still remains the same, and that was when they extended the docks and allowed that to happen and reworked those lease sites to extend the finger that went behind the adjacent lease site, that they have that sprinklered, and that issue remains from when it originally arose. So staff is not in favor of amending that condition for the reasons stated.
Thank you for that, Scott. That's all I have.
Commissioner Sadowski, do you mind if I jump in really quickly and add some items to what Scott said?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. As has been said before, we can't condition third parties or people that aren't other than the applicants, and that includes the city. We can't put conditions of approval requiring the city to take action if we're not the applicant. So the language that was proposed by the applicant wouldn't work in this present situation because it conditions the city as well. Technically, if we look at the language that's in the proposed resolution, it does not require a third party to install the sprinklers. What it does require is basically say you can't use this property in a certain manner until it is safe to do so until it's safe for your neighbors to do so. And that would be consistent with the public health, safety, and welfare findings that are actually required by the Planning Commission to be able to make. So there is a ground, at least based on what I've seen so far, mind you, I've been looking at it very, very rapidly, there is a ground for keeping that condition in as it's worded. Thank you.
Sure.
To staff or to our lawyer, as you read this condition, is this conditioning solely on the use of that finger of the pier or on multiple fingers of the pier?
My understanding in speaking with the fire marshal was that it was related to just that finger that sat behind the adjacent side.
Just the side tie on that. So they'd still be able to use the inner tie.
That is the way that it was described to me when Tom was speaking to it.
Okay.
As the condition currently reads, it says it must be provided prior to vessel moorage I can't even say moorage right here. Moorage at the proposed floating docks. So it would apply to all the docks, to any portion. However, that could be tweaked to specify which finger that you wanted to condition that on if the Planning Commission is so inclined.
So we could condition that to the northernmost side tie?
Yes.
Okay. I would provide a clarification there, and let's see if the attorney agrees with me. It does say beneath the existing walkway at the harbor lease site for 96 West, behind the 945 market area, shall be provided prior to vessel moorage and proposed floating docks at site 96 West, which is the adjacent, which is the finger that sits behind the adjacent lease site.
Oh, okay.
We'll reopen for.
Sorry, but 96W is Stan Van Beurden's lease site. It is not Smith Hill's lease site. So let's be clear on the numbers of the lease sites we're dealing with. Smith's is 95W. The neighbor's is 96W.
That's the neighbor to the.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's only the portion behind that. It's not the remainder.
Okay. So I just want to make sure that we didn't clear up what the numbers.
I was trying to make that clear. I'm sorry.
And Chair
the same thing.
Okay.
And Chair Taft, perhaps if we wanted to clarify it, we would change the word at site 96W to behind or in front of the water, on the waterfront of site, 96.
Good idea.
Yeah. Yeah, does the leases extend into the water, correct? So it could be within the water side portion of 90, it could actually be within 96W, right? No. They don't extend that far.
The lease lines were amended
Yeah.
to allow the dock to extend.
I see.
Yeah.
I got.
Yeah. So 95W is actually much wider now. Yeah.
Okay. Richard, did you, anything else? No. Michael?
Well, I think it's great when we have enough business in town that a small incremental addition like this takes an hour and a half of time, because it shows that people care about every square inch of what we do. So much of what we build is very generic, and I think if you look at some of the commercial things in San Luis, you don't see this kind of fine-grained, that's what makes this waterfront so beautiful, is because everything has been added on incrementally, and it's really nice. I think it's a great project, too. I'm really excited about the extra impact on the waterfront. The one thing I would concur totally with Commissioner Lohr. I think if you look at any of the images that we have, the side on the Embarcadero has such a nice thin facade, and then we get to the side and it kind of bulks up a bit. And as much as I concur, I don't care for facadism. I think it makes it top heavy and takes away from a place where there really isn't an entrance right now, and it actually takes away from the Hofbrau entrance to a degree, I think. So I would open up the view back to the rock as a suggestion, and everything else I'm pretty good to go.
Okay. Yeah. I think overall this is a nice project, and will have a positive impact. I agree with the other commissioners regarding the roof line. I just don't see the point in pushing that up if there's no good reason behind it. Nothing that's being screened or anything like that. I would like to make a few small comments about details that I would like to see sort of addressed while we're in the process. The removal of the gate certainly is one. The other thing I notice on the plans, the trash cans and the bench are located in what's already the narrowest portion of the access way. I would like to see them move to an area where the access is not already narrowed, so that there's an area where the exterior eating is being shortened, where you're going to be left with a little niche that would be a great place for an L-shaped bench, for example. And there's other little niches where the trash cans could be tucked away where they're not really in the right of way, of people going through. I would like to see. I would like to be sure. I'd like to make it a condition, as a matter of fact, that there be signs on the front and back of the atrium indicating that there are public restrooms in there. I just don't see that on the plans. You mentioned it's supposed to be in there. Perhaps it's just an oversight. The other thing I would like to address a little bit is the issue of vertical access, which is not really part of your project, I understand, but the weak link here in terms of public access, you've got this nice lateral access going along the bay, but very narrow ways to get to it from the street. I just, if possible, can we put a couple of photographs up on the overhead? Here, Cindy.
Oh, sorry.
Huh. Put the other one first. And this is what I'm talking about. This is, you've got this nice wide lateral access going along the the west side of the building. But this long, narrow strip here is what people have to go through to get to it. And it can be an issue because, not only because people tend to congregate in the corner where that long passageway ends, that's a nice view area, but also when there are strollers, people in wheelchairs, it gets to be a real issue. Now, if we could put the other one on, and this is really not directed at the applicants; it's more directed at the city. But this is what the landward side of that passageway looks like, and you notice that we've got a little deck here, and we've got a bicycle rack, and we've got a bunch of railing going in all different directions. There's adequate room elsewhere within 15 feet to relocate the bicycle rack, and if I think the city should consider doing that, removing some of that railing, at least that would it would shorten up the area, the narrow area, and it would move the entrance to that narrow area away from the entrance to the Hofbrau, so you don't have that. Right. And it would be very easy even to construct a little 45-degree diagonal going, to even open it up further for, 3 or 4 feet. It would, Jerry and I could do it in a day. I just, in terms of when we're thinking about public access, I think we need to start thinking about the vertical access as well as the lateral access, and if I can be even more.
Chair Teff, can I have a second?
Yeah.
Kathy Novak was kind enough to point out to me on the plans that vertical or perpendicular access going out is being widened 10 feet.
Wait. I don't.
Go to sheet A2.
Pardon?
Go to sheet A2. When you come from the bike rack back, when you go along the side of the building, that access way is going to 10 feet with the plans. The city had some concerns of starting too far up here and going encroaching on their harbor area. But that side along the building right there and going to the back along the bay side, that section is going to be 10 feet.
Are you sure?
No, I don't think so. I think that's got to stay. I think that's on the property.
No, this part's going to 10 feet, though. It's right there. Here. I apologize. I was incorrect.
Doesn't look like it. So, anyway, I realize this is not your problem, but since we're discussing this project, I'm sort of trying to make a recommendation to the city, that we look at that. And can we put this one up? And just the other, this is a little hard to see, but this is, what you're seeing here is the lateral access behind the Hofbrau, the street end, and then the lateral access behind the Galley restaurant. And you can see they're all very close to being on the same plane. It would be wonderful if we could start thinking about maybe an elevated lateral access that would start to connect these disconnected areas of lateral access that we currently have and really make this into sort of one long walkable area. And then one other little detail, if you can put back the one that was just up before this. It's not very evident here, but if you look at the very back of the building, okay, you see there's a brown door that is open there, And it's, right there. And it's, it's sort of a little bit in the way of the public's view out over the rock, and that's the back door to the Hofbrau. And the only thing I'm saying is I'm there a lot, and it's open like that a lot. It stands open quite a bit, and I would love to see just a minor little change, fix the door so that it opens inward rather than outward, so that it doesn't. Pardon? It has to go out? Can it be sliding? No. Okay. If it could, but then it would block part of the view of the, Okay. No, you do what you can. Some things can be fixed and some can't. So those are, as long as I have the form, I do want to apologize. I was walking my dog last month, and I did use the restrooms there. Okay, so that's sort of all the comments that I have. Nothing terribly major, but just little tweaks. So can we? Let's see. Let's kind of see what we've got here. We've got the tweaking of the fire condition, right? So that to make sure that it specifies only the area behind 96W. We've got the removal of the gate. We want to make sure. I think that's planned anyway, but we should get it in of the existing gate. We've got. Do we agree with moving the trash cans and the bench to an area that's less intrusive? Is that something? Okay. Okay. Are we in agreement on the roof line, that the roof line should remain essentially where it is, except for the front awning?
I would say no.
Pardon?
I would put it as a recommendation.
To a condition. Well, I don't. What does that mean? A recommendation, though? To whom?
Condition. To lower it.
Comment. I have two comments about this. The applicant's concerned, and I would mirror this concern, that we add language into it that we move the bench with concurrence from coastal staff. Because this went through coastal and came back with the bench in that location, and sometimes they're kind of picky about things, and I would not want to see them get caught up on a detail like that.
Absolutely.
Okay. Oh, and the height of the awning, that was something that was reviewed and approved previously by the city and then lowered by the Coastal Commission from that original approval. I mean, from the concept approval that went through. I was just pointing that out for...
I don't know. Are we? We're talking, I think, about the roof line behind the awning.
Right. Right.
And I don't. It's not. Yeah. Not the corner, but between the corner and the opposite side of the little cornice there.
Which I believe is as it was reviewed and approved on concept.
Well, can we condition it to be if in concurrence with the Coastal Commission?
We can do the same thing. That'd be great. And we'll just check with coastal staff. I mean, that would work great. I mean, unless you really want it, then you put it on there, and they'd have to go back eventually.
No, I don't want to have to see them go back through Coastal Commission.
The ironic thing is the bay elevation is one of the stronger ones, and it's got this articulation where there aren't any consistent long lines, because that breaks up the weight of the building. And so that's what I think we're suggesting should happen on the side.
Okay.
The front and the corner are fine. It's just that length on the south side.
So how would we word that? Lower that to...
I think what we're saying is maintain the current height of the roof line for the westerly 2/3 of the.
Yeah. But if he wants to get rid of the gable, I would that little false gable there, I wouldn't have any problem with that.
Oh, well, then just say that it will be no higher than the current roof line, and then they could keep it or leave it.
Okay. Is that feasible for the architect?
And again, this is going to be with concurrence of coastal staff, because we're not going to send it back to Coastal Commission. Yeah. Nobody deserves that. And can we put something in that we'd like them to redesign the atrium so that it looks less like restaurant seating and more like pedestrian amenities? Can we put something into that effect?
Well, they already stated that they were going to do consistent seating through there, and I think that would do.
My only concern about that is it's fixtures as opposed to permanent structures.
Right.
And I'm more concerned we address the permanent structures versus temporal things that could come and go with kind of fashion changes and things like that. I mean, they'll replace the seating in X number of years anyway.
Yeah. And it could be more fun if they just do something really iconic and unique in each individual. I mean, so I wouldn't want to.
Well, I would be happy with that, but what they have looks like just rows of tables and chairs, kind of evenly spaced and not very iconic or original at all. So that's what I'm encouraging, is that rather than. But I understand this. I understand that's not structural, so it's probably not something we should be concerned with. So then, the conditions I have is that we want to make sure that the fire requirements do not preclude occupancy of docks which are not seaside of lease number 96 West, right? We want to ensure that the existing gate on the northwestern corner of the property is removed. We want to make sure we would like to suggest that with concurrence of coastal staff, the trash cans, recycling cans, and bench should be relocated to one of the wider areas of the lateral access, and that the roof line of the westerly 2/3 of the southern face of the building should be maintained at or below its current height rather than increased. Is that good wording? Good wording.
Chair Teft, with regards to the staff recommendations for Public Works regarding the WEU and the phasing requirement, would those also be included in that as well? There were two conditions that were recommended by staff for changes.
Sorry. What we need here is more papers.
I believe those were on the PowerPoint presentation.
The answer is yes.
Thank you. And
we could have AGP maybe come and put that PowerPoint back on the screen.
Those were basically calendaring.
Yeah. And at the
these are.
I'm so sorry. At the Planning Commission's discretion, I'd also recommend adding some additional language in for the CEQA, which I can read into the record right now if you prefer.
Please.
At the end of the CEQA, where it says a M&D was adopted on November 2nd, 2013, and it provides the state clearinghouse number, add the following language. This approval is to implement that project. An analysis has been performed pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15162 to determine whether subsequent environmental review is required for UPO-342. Based upon this analysis, none of the circumstances set forth in CEQA guidelines section 15162 have occurred which would require subsequent environmental review. Thank you.
I hope you were writing fast, Scott.
And I can email you that.
And are there objections from the commission from any of the commissioners to adding the two conditions that are shown on the PowerPoint slide, at the last two paragraphs on the PowerPoint slide? So then will it be adequately specific for you guys for us to make a motion to adopt as amended?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
And just for my records, do you mind if I go through that again?
Sure.
Just to make sure I'm clear. Fire condition number 3, we're going to make certain that the sprinkling requirement only requires to access immediately behind the seaward side of 96W. The other portion can be occupied.
Correct.
Removing the existing northwest corner gate, move the trash cans, recycling, and the bench with the concurrence of the Coastal Commission staff.
No, not remove, because they're not going to concur to having them removed.
I'm sorry.
Move them to an area.
Another location,
right.
not remove, but move again. Yes. The roof line no higher than the current roof line at the existing gable. Staff recommendations as to Public Works in condition number 3 regarding the.
Just a second. No higher than the existing roof, not the top of the gable, the existing roof line.
Oh, I'm at that portion along the gable side.
Right.
Okay, excellent. Staff recommendation as to Public Work number 3, which is the WEU water requirement, as well as the updated phasing, the CEQA edition that I read into the record, and I know, Chair Taft, at one point you mentioned signs on the back and front of the atrium.
Oh, yes. If no one objects, I'd like to add the condition that there be signs placed on or adjacent to the front and rear entrances to the atrium indicating that public restrooms are located inside.
I thought Ms. Novak stated that was in the plans already.
She stated that, but I'm looking at the plans.
Okay.
So it doesn't hurt to have a condition that repeats what's already there.
Thank you.
And did that include the removal of the existing gate? Did you state that?
He got that, yeah. Okay, so do we have a movement to adopt Planning Commission Resolution 15-15 as amended?
I'll move it. For whatever we just said. The record.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second on the table. Is there any discussion on the motion? No. Seeing none, may we have a roll call?
Commissioner Lucas.
Aye.
Commissioner Sadowski.
Aye.
Commissioner Luer.
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen.
Aye.
Chairperson Teft.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I promise, guys, we'll have a break shortly. These people involved with C1 have been waiting so patiently, and I feel so bad. So we're going to, before we break, we're going to reopen item C1, and I'd like to open it for public comment to see if there's been any development over the last hour in terms of what we should note on this project. Either the appellant or the applicant feel free to come forward and tell us what you have concluded or not concluded.
Helen Torino again. We've signed an agreement and we've resolved our differences. So I don't know procedurally what we do now.
We don't either, but we're going to find out.
Okay.
Is that a withdrawal?
Okay, we will close public comment. Okay, Scott, I'm sorry, help us out.
Scott is a much better name than Shannon. I don't know why my parents gave me that name. I will take Scott. You are so lucky. Right now, there is a motion on the table for the original project. The two makers of the motions can choose to withdraw their motion if they would like. As nearly as I understand, the modified conditions are what's being proposed, and the parties agree to them. The safest legal approach is to vote to continue the item and direct staff to return with a draft resolution to deny the appeal and approve the modified project, and then final approval can be done at that time. Or you can try it on the fly.
I'll withdraw my motion and make a motion to direct staff to continue this item and direct staff to come back with a modified proposal at a date uncertain.
Second.
Is that,
With
is that
and a resolution to deny the appeal.
and,
Yes.
and resolve to deny the appeal?
And can we set that for the next meeting so there's no need to renotice?
Okay.
I'd like to discuss that.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, we don't have a second yet.
Oh, I second.
Do we have
Well,
a second for sake of discussion?
Sure. Second.
Okay. Thank you. Now.
I think that, we've had these people come back to us twice. And I feel if they've made, certainly I'd like to hear from Mr. Blackwell and make sure that he's in agreement. But I would rather try to do it on the fly and not have them come back a third time. That is my personal feeling.
Maybe there's a middle ground. Let me ask you this. Let me just throw this out as could we deny the appeal and direct staff to administratively approve the proposed project as amended? The project, right?
Let's see. We don't.
I mean, here's kind of the issue.
You've already.
We don't actually have that
right
project before us. So that revised project that they're agreeing. Yes, they've come to agreement, but we've not seen it. We have technically seen it, but we don't actually have it as a proposal.
Right, that's true. So let me. There was some input here, and I'd like to hear it. So let's reopen public comment for a second. I realize this is unusual, but this is unusual.
Yeah, Michael Boudreau, architect from San Luis Obispo. It's three things. One, it's the movement of the building slightly. It's the movement of the bedroom, which there's an exhibit for that. And then I did send staff the modification of the bedroom roof, which was lowered and hipped,
right.
Which staff has a copy of that as well. Okay. So those three exhibits are within our possession, and they could be made exhibits of the conditions of your denial.
I was going to say, can we deny the appeal contingent on the evidence that was shown during the hearing?
You can't deny the appeal, and we could actually approve the changes as a minor modification to the original approval. I guess my question would be, are the folks out there comfortable with that process?
We did see it up there.
There's some moving parts here, that I'm not, that we're not a party to, and that would be their agreement.
Yeah, I would be I would be more comfortable seeing the plans.
Excuse me. You were given, Gina had given you a copy of the proposal, this last little bit, which changed the hip roof. So you've seen the three changes that they have agreed to: the shifting of the entire building, the shifting of the bedroom, and the shifting of the roof.
But just a question for our attorney here. We can deny the appeal, but we can't. Can we condition a project on a denial of an appeal? Because the actual project isn't before us, only the appeal is.
That's a really good question. I'm not 100% sure because it depends. And maybe Scott
what you're asking is, can we make a denial that is conditional upon certain things happening, right?
No, because we would rule. Okay.
What you're effectively doing is sitting it back to the project that staff approved, and you're, I don't have a better word for this, hoping they come back in with the modification, as directed.
But what I'm asking is, can we deny based on that contingency? In other words, the project is denied if the applicant provides you with that material and
I think we're safer just to continue it, and we could actually do this on a consent agenda
for 2 weeks. Yeah. I'm sorry, but guys, public comment's still open. So
hi, Catherine Caldwell, Morro Bay. I have copies of the agreement for each of you, which I would like to approach you and give you so that you can look at it. And then I want to remind you that at 1000 Ridgeway, you sent the Adamsons back to the drawing board with the understanding that if their proposed changes met with your approval, you would deny the appeal. And I'm not sure if you make these proposed changes a condition of your denial, that wouldn't work. But that's up to the city attorney. May I approach and give you these?
Sure, of course.
Cleaner, let's.
Yeah.
This is messy.
I think you're right.
Okay.
Okay, so it seems like it seems. I mean, I agree with Catherine that I hate to hang these people up for 2 more weeks. However, it seems to me that we're likely to make a mistake here if we try and do it on the fly. And we can get it done in 2 weeks, can't we?
Absolutely.
So we have a motion on the floor, which we have discussed. Would we like to vote on that, or would you like to withdraw that motion and make a different motion? We have a motion now to deny, I believe.
Yeah.
And it was seconded for discussion. Right. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. So we could either vote on it, or it could be we could have it denied and then make the motion to continue, or we could have it withdrawn and then make the motion to continue.
Well, I thought
that's what we agreed on.
Chair Taft, I believe the motion that's on the floor is to continue the item until the next meeting and direct staff to return with a draft resolution to deny the appeal and approve the project as modified, and that it would be done on consent calendar.
It's okay. No.
Then that's perfect.
No, I had stopped it at that point.
Yeah, I'll have my motion stand.
That's great. Okay. So we have a motion. We have a second. Do we have any further discussion at this point? So let's have a roll call.
Commissioner Lucas?
Yes.
Commissioner Sadowski?
Aye.
Commissioner Luer?
Yes.
Commissioner Sorensen?
Yes.
And Chairman Teft.
Aye. And I would just like to thank everyone involved in this for bearing with the process. I know it's been difficult. As I said, it's a very unusual process for us, and I'm glad it's come to a resolution that looks like it's going to work for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And now we will take a 10-minute recess for physiologic and other reasons. Welcome back. The Planning Commission is back in session after our break. We're moving on now to item number D1, which is, I believe, new business. Old business. And this is continued discussion of draft design guidelines for the city of Morro Bay. I think some of our previous discussion during the evening has highlighted the need for a document like this. So I'm glad to be getting to it. And I believe that Scott is going to talk to us about this.
Thank you, Chair Taft, members of the Commission. We're revisiting design guidelines again. Last looked at this back in November of 2014 and December of 2014. And at the last meeting, you had provided direction to combine. We were reviewing the guidelines in 2 pieces, and you had given direction to come back. How's that? Oh, hey, all right, there we go. All right. So you directed staff to bring it back and put all the guidelines in a single document, and to provide a couple of minor updates related to the encouragement of use of permeable pavers into Section E, and then to provide a couple of revisions to the landscape Section J to preserve mature trees and to avoid plantings that would unnecessarily obstruct views of adjacent properties. And we did that, so that's been incorporated into Section J. We've had some recent interest from a neighborhood or citizens group, the Neighborhood Compatibility Coalition, or NECO. We have a member left in the audience this evening, and they actually held a meeting a little over a month ago where they discussed neighborhood compatibility and had some. I guess the major focus of their interest has been the size, bulk, scale related to neighborhood compatibility, and then view blockage. The NECO group petitioned to the council to implement a 45-day building moratorium, or permit moratorium, if you will, so that design guidelines could be implemented and worked on. The council did agendize that and heard that item at their April 14th, 2015 City Council meeting. At that meeting, it was agendized by the mayor, by the way. At that meeting, the county council voted to do a couple of things. One was deny the moratorium request. Two was to reaffirm the council's commitment to updating the general plan and local coastal program update. The third was to implement residential design guidelines, which we're in the process of now, and they gave direction to staff to have that back to them on June 9th. They also directed staff to review the current project noticing practices with the Planning Commission. So that's how we do outreach, the radiuses that we notice to, the types of signs that we post on the site, those types of things. The council directed us, staff, to work with the Planning Commission on reviewing those type things, and I will bring that forward at the next Planning Commission meeting on the 19th. And the reason I make a point of that is because it directly relates to some other items further on in this report in the presentation. I did meet with representatives from NECO and went over some of the ideas that they wanted to see included into the design guidelines. They basically had 4 items, some of which the Planning Commission has touched on previously, others of which are maybe a little different or a little new, and some of which relate again to that sort of noticing requirement. Kind of like the first one, provided a suggestion that we increase our mailing notification radius to 300 feet, from 300 feet to 500 feet. I don't know that the design guidelines are the place really to place that. We have submittal requirements and notification requirements that are separate from this function, and I think that's best where we would house this, and I think that would be best addressed at our upcoming meeting on the 19th, because it directly deals with noticing. One of the requests was to use more direct language in the guidelines. Examples would be replace may with is, are, or will. The staff, the Planning Commission, may recall, we did have some discussions about the directness of the language in the policies, and my take on it was the Planning Commission, had a preference for utilizing language that encouraged unique design solutions and allowed flexibility with the application of the guidelines. And so what I'm meaning by that is that there was less of a desire to have that direct language, and oftentimes you requested that we soften the language a little bit to allow for that flexibility. That was sort of my recollection on this, just to kind of jog your memory. The NECO group gave us a request that we consider, that the Planning Commission consider adoption of standards that are utilized in design guidelines for the City of Monterey, specifically in their guidelines 1.1, 1.3, 1.1.4. And what you see there is an excerpt from their design guidelines, and it talks about sloped lots, and it suggests that we don't place homes or structures on sloped lots perpendicular to the contours, but instead that you place the homes parallel to the contours. It's an interesting concept, sometimes difficult to implement when you have small lots. You have a second component there that you see that talks about when you have lots on a slope that back up to one another, that you maybe give some consideration to view, and maybe locate the house in the lot such that you're maybe not taking up the entire view of the house that's adjacent to you. That may sound very familiar from this evening. And then if I could read the other piece of that one, it's really kind of fuzzy. The use of energy-saving design techniques. I'm guessing it says solar orientation. I'm sorry, it's all fuzzy. I didn't...
Such as proper sun orientation, shade trees, overhangs, insulation, earth berming, and window placement is encouraged.
Thank you, Shannon. My response to those requests was that the Planning Commission had previously considered the hillside regulations, and you had a significant amount of discussion on them and ended up removing them from the guidelines. Because you thought it was difficult to implement on some of the hillier areas in town where we had small lots. I would also note that the City Council at their April 14th meeting directed the staff and the Planning Commission not include view protection policies in the guidelines, although we already have some reference in there. An option, that could be considered is soft view protection language, I suppose. When you're talking about implementing these types of things, you could use language like where feasible, something like that, because certainly you have problems when you have streets that run perpendicular to the ocean. You have small 2,400 square foot lots in North Morro Bay, and they're on a slope. What do you do then? Not easy to really work out unless you have language that allows you sort of to ignore it, because it would be difficult to prioritize someone's view over another's in those situations. Another request 4, was to utilize more layman-type terminology and make that consistent throughout the design guidelines, replacing terms such as elevation with facade was one recommendation. Certainly, those types of changes in the guidelines can be made without a whole lot of work. The question becomes: is it necessary or desired when you consider that most of the plans that we see are prepared by designers and architects that would be familiar with that? But you do need to have a balance so that the public understands what we're talking about. So I do see that. And then I came up with another option that would be an alternative, and that would be to add maybe like a keywords or definition sections to the guidelines for terminology that's like that. That's something I've seen in some of the guidelines and could be used, to help out with that issue. Floor area ratios. This was the 5th item that they requested review the work that was done back in 2005, 6, 7 related to FAR. I think floor area ratios are certainly a good way to look at and regulate the size of homes. The problem I see here is that a floor area ratio, especially the work that was done by the city previously, was a pretty complicated set of floor area ratios insofar as they were pretty comprehensive, dealing with the different lot sizes and had bonuses to them and things like that. Those are really more like our lot coverage requirements and setbacks and height limitations. Those are development standards and should not be maybe in design guidelines, but would be more appropriately located in the city's zoning code and LCP. So not to say that we couldn't do it, just to say that the proper location for that would be as an ordinance amendment, not necessarily the guidelines. And then were the city to go down that road, maybe they could later on be incorporated into the guidelines by reference or something. Taking note that would also require an LCP amendment. A request for neighborhood consultation. This is kind of pre-application neighborhood consultation where the applicant would reach out to his neighbors before they actually submitted their application to the city. I've seen this for a couple of different cities out there. They have kind of a form you fill out and you have neighbors sign it in some instances that you showed it to them. This probably would be one of the things I would say is also in line with the, looking at notification requirements and how we improve that process. Probably less a design guideline thing, more, bolstering our outreach that we do for projects. And I certainly think, well worth, some time to discuss it maybe at our May 19th meeting. I'd like to, these are things I'm going to bring forward then as well. I think they're timely and definitely worth a little bit of time from a discussion standpoint. Seventh item, again, related to a notification item, utilize larger, like for sale type signs that you see as opposed to the 11 by 17s that we use. That was one of the commentary, that was some of the commentary that came out of the City Council when they directed me to work with the Planning Commission on taking a look at those types of things. So certainly within the realm of ideas that are out there. In fact, I went through this practice a few years ago in the city of Pismo Beach. We never did end up changing the requirements, but I did go through this, this exercise of coming up with differing sign types and outreach requirements to improve it, because we weren't even to where Morro Bay was. We were posting sites with basically 8.5 by 11s, and they were pretty small. So going to the city of Morro Bay uses 11 by 17 currently. So again, worth a discussion. Development process summary. This is include a summary of the development process into the guidelines, similar to the sample provided from Rancho Palos Verdes. I put that in Exhibit 5. I don't know that that's something that you put into design guidelines. It seems like something you put in our submittal requirements, and I'd probably be reticent to do that because our submittal checklist is 14 pages long right now. It just sort of makes it longer. Although I thought what we could do is condense that into a flow chart about how our process works. We have a couple of those that we could use right now, and I thought that might be a way we could do something like that. And flow charts are nice. People, it's a kind of a linear process, and that's just a page. So I was thinking, versus trying to explain the process for every one of our development application types, that might be a way to address it in a more succinct manner. Solar access, the Commission kicked this around for a while as it relates to the design guidelines. The request is to restore solar access provision and then possibly include the language that you see there. It says new buildings in addition should not be located in positions that will result in substantial shading of existing adjacent private open spaces that presently have substantial sun exposure enjoyed by the occupants. The guideline is intentionally flexible to discourage shading of adjacent properties while retaining for the review process a decision based on the circumstances of each case. One of the reasons why the Commission kicked this around and got rid of it was the implementation. Again, it was going to be difficult to do on some of our smaller lots. Specifically in North Morro Bay, also keeping in mind that the majority of the lots in town are under 5,000 square feet. So when you start getting lot sizes that are small, trying to implement solar access policies is not impossible, just difficult. What are the continued design guideline efforts that are going on right now? Because of the renewed interest in design guidelines, we've scheduled a public workshop. It's going to be held on May 16th. Saturday, May 16th, between 1 p.m. and 3 p.m. in this building here in the Vets Hall. We will be, and I will return after that meeting and give you an update as to what came out of the workshop, and I'll give you that update on May 19th. Staff will continue to rework the formatting of the document. Right now, I just kind of put it all in the document. It's not really formatted. I'm working on that right now. I'm also working on some grammatical components of it. They're a little clunky, and I was working on fixing some of those things. Got a little input from Chairman Taft today as well on that side of things. And then the idea is to return to the June 2nd, 2015 meeting with a finalized recommendation to the City Council for adoption of the design guidelines. Where we go from here, the Planning Commission should provide direction as it relates to the current version of the guidelines. And then provide, I would like some comment and input related to the suggestions that were made by NECO, some of them certainly relevant to what we're doing. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions, take comments, any of the above.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for staff on this?
Scott, just as a request, before the June meeting where you expect us to recommend to the City Council, can we have those guidelines maybe a week in advance in printed copy so we can really spend some time looking at them? Would that be possible?
Yes, I believe so. Yes, that shouldn't be a problem.
Richard.
Scott, I have a hard time answering these questions, so I have people asking me, what this, like, years ago, about 2005, a bunch of people got together and did a floor area ratio presentation, and even, I think, drafted an ordinance, or a proposed ordinance. Can you, I just want your experience, like from your professional experience, what are some of the limitations if you have something so quantified, like a floor area ratio, when you have such a diverse community? Because we have, with the hillsides and small lots and all that kind of stuff. I just want a little more clarity on that.
I would say the interesting part to the previous efforts, such as I understand them now, I haven't, I've looked at various versions of what was going through the process, and there was obviously a lot of effort put forth back then. I've gotten bits and pieces of why it didn't, result in, an ordinance being adopted eventually, but it didn't. It was looked, the floor area ratios were we looked at the different lot sizes, and so it gave lot sizes as an example. I'll say between 1,700 and 2,500 square feet, your floor area ratio is X. Is 50%, 60%, what have you. And then it, did the same thing for, went up to the next thing, and it said from, 2,500 to 3,500, it's X, and so it just set them based on the lot sizes like that, and they ratcheted kind of up. The smaller lots had, I think, higher floor area ratios, and as the lots got bigger, their floor area ratios were reduced. I didn't see where floor ratios were addressed as it related to second floors. I always see that as kind of an interesting component of it, so you don't have, massing of the homes, substantial massing of the homes on the second floors. Now, that works great for flat lots, but once you get on slopes that exceed 10%, you probably don't want to use that upper floor area ratio type things, because those houses tend to be designed differently. Or it eliminates the possibilities of designing, houses that make sense on steeper slopes. But certainly, again, there was a significant amount of effort that went into that previous effort, and I still haven't been able to find the finalized sort of document that was derived from that effort. I see various ones, and it's unclear to me which was the final one.
I can, excuse me, let me interject a little bit, because I was a member of that process, and we spent over a year on it. We had 15 members of the community involved in it, and it was really divisive, and the product of the committee was voted 8-7. So there was, what came out was a faction of the committee, and it pretty much described how the community really viewed it. There was one faction that was for it, and there was, 50% and 51% might have been for it, and 49% to 52% going the other way were against it. So it really, when you get into, what we had a problem with then is the same thing we have a problem with now, is you're getting into elevating one person's right against another person's wishes. And you're talking value, and you're talking dollars, and you're impacting people's lives and their future and their dreams. So that's why I was so, I'm happy with the way that we've worked out these design guidelines as they sit, because they're flexible enough that they can apply to the 2,400 square foot lots in North Morro Bay on the flats, and also the
9,000 square foot lots in the Heights. So, and yet they've got enough specificity, it's getting late, I'm sorry, that they actually have some teeth to them. And I think we can influence the design of new projects that come before us without the heavy-handed structure that gets different factions riled up and with the city we've had such a pendulum effect of going back and forth that when one, I'll say, faction or one side gets in power, they push the pendulum way too far, and then it creates this divisiveness, and the pendulum swings back, and what happens is nothing for good ever happens. And with what I see here is I see we have a balanced approach that actually have an effect and is middle of the road enough that we'll hopefully be able to get better design, for more compatible neighborhoods. So.
Yeah, I'd weigh in on that because I was also involved in that process, and I think the political climate in Morro Bay has changed a little bit, and I think 10 years ago the city was much more strongly divided in terms of the no regulation versus a lot of regulation camps, and I think the city has evolved to a point where right now people have differing opinions, but I think they're willing to listen to each other, and also I think that Scott has been brilliant in advocating an incremental approach because this way both sides can look at a document like this and go, the sky's not falling, and also, we as a group and the city as an institution can move into this area incrementally and get a little bit of experience and say, how much do we want in the way of guidelines? We can do this for a year or 2 years and go, this is too much, this is not enough, we need more in this area, we need less in that area. So I think the reason that things hopefully will be different this time around is that, number one, I think the political climate is not as polarized, and I think that the approach that's being taken is more is less confrontational than what it probably was 10 years ago.
In discussing this, do you feel, or maybe this is a question for Scott, with this LCP and general plan update stuff, these specific plans for these different areas, is this something that we could use as a tool to address these different neighborhoods and these guidelines? Kind of like, maybe I'm not seeing how we're going to lace that in.
It will. It'll inform the process, actually. One of the things that you do when you do a general plan and local coastal program update is you have to evaluate all of your existing land use documents. We have all the specific plans for the various areas in town. Some of those specific plans aren't really used very much. You'll evaluate the effectiveness of those things a lot of times, and sometimes there'll be recommendations that come out of your general plan to update them, to bolster them. Sometimes things that come out of it are you remove it to get the recommendations to get rid of them and just incorporate the standards that are in them into your implementation plan or your zoning code, which so a lot of things can come out of the general plan effort because it looks at all of your land use documents to see where they're going, what they say, are they stable, are they not? Those are some efforts, to a much lighter extent that we've already done when we were trying to inform the RFP process for the LCP. We went through that plan for the plan process, and we had the consultant look at all of those documents as well to kind of get a feel for them. That effort will continue and be ongoing through the entirety of when we commence the update.
Yeah, and I'd just like to throw in, I think one of the things that has, because you alluded to it in your comment, I think one of the huge failings in planning in Morro Bay in the past has been the attempt to adopt regulations that were citywide. You know what I'm saying? And I think you alluded to the need to really look at the different existing communities within Morro Bay, see what their characteristics are, and come up with regulations that are appropriate for the different neighborhoods within the city. The approach previously has been, as you said, to try and layer on a specific plan, which almost never worked because the underlying general plan put too many constraints that were inappropriate on that area. So hopefully as we move forward, that the unique character of different neighborhoods will be a primary consideration in reformulating the general plan and LCP.
Those are comments that I hear regularly from folks out and about. I mean, it's nice. I get to talk to a lot of people out there, and they're kind of getting to know me a little bit. And that's what I hear a lot from a lot of folks, not just the business owners or what have you, but just regular residents. I mean, that's a pretty pervasive thought process that I see out there.
Yeah, and yet it's not in the current general plan. That's where that thought process has not gotten.
Clearly not.
Yeah.
I agree.
I have one specific question for Shannon. I think it's for Shannon. The workshop that's being held on May 16th, that would fall under the public meeting exception of the Brown Act, so that if 3 or 4 of us wanted to attend, as long as we didn't talk to each other, it'd be okay, correct?
Yes, you can. I believe you can. Of course, once I hit around 9:30, 10 o'clock, I start turning into a pumpkin. So you can ask me all sorts of questions, and I'll say, sure, it's all legal. Don't worry about it. But you can certainly go to general workshops or even sequel workshops or presentations or these sorts of things. And as long as you don't discuss it among yourselves, you're fine.
Okay.
So that's a general rule. I mean, you could get all 5 of you in the room and go to somebody's Christmas party, for example, and if all 5 of you were invited, just don't talk about anything within your jurisdiction, and you'll be fine, as a general rule.
If it's a good enough Christmas party, we probably won't remember what we said anyway. Okay, so having answered all our questions, should we get down to comments on the current submission? Catherine, why don't you start us off on that? Is this a public hearing item?
It's not a public hearing item, but you usually take public comment on the types of
Okay,
things.
all right.
We only
Then
have one person.
Then we will. We'll take public comment. Sure. We'll open.
She actually gave me the list of things from
public comment.
Might
That's
be nice
true.
to see what she has to say.
Hi, I'm 3 for 3 tonight. Catherine Caldwell, and for clarity, when I send emails, I often sign them by my nickname, Casey Caldwell, and I don't want to confuse you, but Casey and Catherine are one and the same. I do want to say thank you to Scott. We enjoyed meeting with him. He was very open to our suggestions, and when we were finished, his comment was, "Is that all?" I think he was kind of surprised that we didn't want him to just throw out the whole thing and start over, but he's really done a great job. We just have a few things that we would like to see added. And to Mr. Lure, I want to say that I would hope that this time around the factions would not be heavy-handed. As long as I'm involved with NECO, everybody counts or nobody counts, and that means the developers and the people who have different ideas, they all count, and everyone gets respect. So with that being said, I do want to say that Morro Bay is primarily a hillside community. We are a hillside town. We have a couple of flat residential areas, the Cloisters being one and the beach tract being the other. The rest of Morro Bay is built on hillsides. And we need to include some kind of hillside provisions in the neighborhood compatibility guideline. It would be remiss not to address the fact that we live in a hillside community. As far as the lay language, I learned something meeting with Scott. I didn't realize that elevation referred to a wall or a facade. I thought elevation meant height and altitude. And I think that any homeowner reading the guidelines would also not understand those things. So I know that architects are the ones who will be viewing them, but really you are writing to the homeowner. That's your audience, and I urge you not to forget who your audience is. As far as the pre-application neighborhood consultation, many cities do this. I think if there had been that requirement with Kenny Blackwell and the other party, Torino Salin, that they probably wouldn't have even come before you. That pre-application consultation is critical to reducing your workload and the planning department's workload. As far as a development process summary being included in the guideline, I did provide a sample of that to Scott, and I would hope that Scott would give you samples of all the verbiage that I provided to him before you make any kind of a decision. As far as having a flow chart only, people learn in different ways, and some people learn very well with a flow chart, and other people learn very well with written word. And I know, Mr. Lucas, as a professor, you understand the difference in learning styles. Solar access language, the language that I provided, which was put up there on the screen, does allow flexibility for small lots. It's language that I think will work. As far as the floor area ratio, there was a lot of work done in 2007. It needs some tweaking. There are other cities that use floor area ratio who have already worked out a lot of the kinks. Personally, I don't think we can get floor area ratio into the interim guidelines for the entire house, but I would urge you to put a floor area ratio for a second story in there. That's not difficult. You can pull that off in the amount of time that we have. And let's live with that second story floor area ratio for a year and see how we want to expand it or not expand it. But let's start. Let's take the baby step and get it in there. And then finally, I made suggestions to Scott via email for publicity for the May 16th workshop, and I would like to hear what kind of publicity the city is undertaking. I'll do what I can with Echo, but I can't plaster the town with flyers for this workshop, and I hope that you would utilize all the free community events calendars that are available. The New Times, the Tribune, the Bay News all have free community event calendars. We have a local radio station. KCBX takes public service announcements. A flyer at the library and other well-attended places by the residents is really important. If you don't publicize it, people won't come. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Casey. Okay, bringing it back to commission.
Are we going to be discussing the recommendations that are coming from the Citizen Advisory Group at this point in time?
I think Scott was asking for comments on that as well.
Yeah, what your thoughts are on it. I'd like to hear from you about those. Yeah, certainly.
Well, Richard, we haven't picked on you tonight. Why don't you start us off?
One of the things that I like to talk to you about is the solar access. I know that we didn't have a whole bunch of like to talk about the solar access part of the guidelines. I'm not totally convinced that having nothing there is the right way to go. My wife has a house in North Morro Bay, or that we live in, and the houses are built around there, but there is areas where we could have solar access, and I would like to maybe just have some kind of language that would kind of encourage that. And then the other thing is like the speaker mentioned, the fact that we are on a hillside community. Maybe we could at least entertain some kind of a floor area ratio for the second floor, if that is possible, or at least entertain it, at least look at it.
Okay, Michael?
Well, if I look at the list here, I think our notification to step off the platform is 500 feet, right?
It's
300? Mm-hmm. Something about 500. I like 500. It's more than 300. As I say, it certainly can't be less than we have to step down for. The stronger language, I think it depends on exactly where we're talking about it. The hillside guidelines, I think, are great on larger lots. I think if we would have implemented it tonight, it would have been a disaster. We actually were going against the hillside tonight on the Ridgeway project, and it saved so everything to me is it depends. So I want to say cautiously, it doesn't bother me to put those in there to consider the impact of the hillside. Layman's terms, I'm fine with both graphic and word changes to make things clear. The floor area ratios, to me, get into a prescriptive type of thing, and I'm a more performative type of person. I want the house to perform well to its neighbors, and sometimes prescription doesn't do that. So if I'm looking to find out, well, where's the performative part, it's almost like creating some kind of checklist of impacts. It's like a mini baby CEQA that a designer has to go through. Have you considered the solar impact of your project on your neighbors? Have you considered the view shed impact on your neighbors? Have you considered? It doesn't require anything. It just says, have you paid attention to this? Because I really like the idea that a big sign goes up, like a for sale sign, that says, this project, this property is going to be developed. And I don't care if the little technical drawings are 11 by 17. There's one going up down toward Baywood Park or Delmar Park. It's a lot. It's had its little 8.5 or 11 by 17 sign on the telephone pole for about 2 months. They finally started construction. But that's so small, it's hard to tell. But something bigger that's telling people, so if we have better notification, if we have better signage, I don't know if we have a group like Ms. Caldwell's available in all these different areas. I totally agree with Commissioner Sadowski. My intuitive guess is when it's all said and done, we're going to go neighborhood by neighborhood with these things. And I don't think it's bad at all to say, if you're in this group, if somebody goes to the cloisters, there is a review group in the cloisters. And maybe for certain parts of town, we do have review groups or pre-view groups. Because I do think some of this performative aspect plays out when you are in negotiation. As an architect in the East Coast, I was used to that every project. We never went into a project in a historic district without talking to all the neighbors, because we didn't do historic work. We did very new work, very modern work, very much in contrast. But it was always respectful of what everything was around us. And so you have to know how to negotiate, you have to know how to mitigate impacts, and you have to know how to design what's flexible in design. So as much as I'm sensitive to most of our guidelines suggest the upper floor is lower than the lower floor, there may be a time when that's not the right choice. It depends. You know, and who does it depend on? It depends on discernment of the designer, the owner, and having this phase where we don't see projects ready for building permits come in. Something much lighter weight can come in. You know, it's bothersome to see so much work go into something that sometimes is not thoughtful about a situation. That a simple preview of some kind could have happened. I just don't know what the mechanism is. You know, do we have a neighborhood council somewhere that every time somebody puts in a permit, everybody within 500 feet gets notified, and you have to meet with them with Tupperware and toys and things. I don't know. I'm not meaning to demean it. I'm saying I don't know what the mechanism is right now. But if we have neighborhoods, then we have a neighborhood group, and then there's a neighborhood consultation. And there's some parts of I don't want to dismiss North Morro Bay because it's more densely built. That sometimes takes more discernment, as we saw on the waterfront here. We're talking about inches on walkways because it's important when we get down to the waterfront. That's how important some of these inches and feet are in some of these projects in a place like North Morro Bay. And so, the direction of the hillside, the size of the lot, it's very confusing me. I think these are fine things to move forward on some of these, but floor area ratio to me is a little prescriptive. I think as a concept, consider the impact of a smaller upper floor versus a lower floor. There's some parts of town where maybe flooding that lower floor and nothing up above suits better, and there may be some times that 2-floor piece, and even if it's going downhill a certain way, 3 or 4 floors when it's exposed on the downhill side, may actually save some of the neighborhood thinking that we're valuing on some of these lots. So I want to say that the FAR as a concept for implementation, no. As a concept for upper floors in general should get smaller to make the building seem less massive, yes. Pre-application, like I said, it's problematic in its execution. Long term, I think that's really great. Larger for sale sign, I'm all behind that. Summary of the development process, I think is always helpful. We've seen, good grief, the Smith Held thing. What are we talking about? Something goes back 5 years, 4 or 5 years on some of these things. And then the solar provisions. Again, I'm performative. You can't take away somebody's ability to solar power their house and their hot water somehow. I think that's important. The shade provisions on open space and rear yards and things like that. Again, if I'm looking at, I might be able to preserve somebody's view by making 2 floors on this part of my lot, but it's going to shade their open space. So by staggering the mass of the building, I may preserve views, but I may compromise solar patterns on open space. Well, it depends. What's more valuable there? Well, I'd say the view's probably better than the solar access. So it depends. I don't know how to weigh these things. It seems like so many prescriptive types of things need to take into account every permutation that comes up. And that's why that was so divisive before. Some people just want to be able to build something generic without any thought at all as a right, and maybe there is some kind of right like that, but that's not good thinking about design. Good thing about design is something that's very specific for every situation that shows up. I want as little prescriptive as possible. I want as many performative things. Consider this. What's your impact? So I don't know where that goes relative to these things, but that's what I'd say. It's something about a consultation with a planner. I mean, seriously, in Baltimore things we're seeing in there today, where I used to practice, every part of the town had a planner. If you were going to do something in any part of town, the smartest thing you could do is go to that planner and say, what's the lay of the land? Who are the groups I need to talk to here? Okay, and that became something that was somewhat fluid, but it was also something that you knew to talk first before you did much of anything. And it's a community. We all have invested huge amounts of our savings, our time, our effort, the psychic ability to come home and live in a beautiful place like this. It's all too important to have just a series of small numerics or things somehow capture all the possibilities that are here. So I guess this is fine for now. Long term, I really think we've got to go neighborhood by neighborhood. Some of these things I think fit in better in that plan. But there's also the thing that for a while City Council had anything over a certain square footage got reviewed. I'm not sure that's not necessarily a bad thing to think about again. I don't know where it is, 3,500, 3,200, 2,900. Might get kind of crazy down at 2,900. I'm talking volume, not livable square footage. I don't think that would be a bad thing to consider. Larger houses on large lots seem to be where our most problematic things are. But that's just me talking out loud. So I think a lot of these things are good to run with.
I do know it is getting late, so I will be somewhat brief, but to go through the different items that have been brought up by the citizens organization, I totally support the mailing notice going over to 500 feet. I know we're going to be speaking of that on the 19th, and you're going to bring it forward, but I don't believe 300, and I think we've had this discussion before, that 300 feet is probably enough. I do want us to be careful on the really more directed language. I know that we spent at least 45 minutes discussing the word shall in a previous meeting. So I do think we need to take a look at anywhere we can be a little more direct, but still keep the feeling that we wanted to be somewhat flexible and in these guidelines. If possible, I am supportive of adding in some hillside guidelines. They're not going to work in every different place, but at least that we had thought about it and that it was actually included as a recommendation. I do like the idea of a checklist that Commissioner Lucas brought up about have you talked to your neighbors, have you done X, Y, and Z before it even gets very far along on the planning process. I do know that you would need to take something to your neighbors, but maybe it doesn't have to be the final documents at that point in time. Obviously, a larger sign is fine with me. I think, when I drive by trying to, before any of these meetings and looking at the different locations, sometimes I even miss the signs and I'm looking for them. So, and if they're not large, I think having them larger would be a benefit. As it relates to using layman's terms in this document, I don't think I would change what the document has in it, but I would put in a glossary. I think a glossary is very helpful, and certainly the first time the word is used, if it's an architectural word or something that is known only by builders and architects, that you footnote it so people can immediately know where that they would go. Again, I think this is a good beginning. I do see it going forward. I believe this is a one-year project, correct? After we agree on it, a 1 to 2 year project. At that point in time, I would imagine it comes back that we start saying for Morrow Heights, this is what we'll be doing for North Morrow and all of the different neighborhoods in Morrow Bay. My thoughts.
Okay. I've got, notification. I have no problem with notification. It's just another expense to be. A lot of this we're talking about touchy-feely stuff, and a lot of this we're talking about dollars and cents and costs, and we've got to remember each of these proposals means a cost. Allowing solar access means that's 20 foot off of my second floor that I can't build, or 30 foot off the second floor on a 40 foot available building area. That's a cost. To go FAR, my views are well known on FAR. they're too specific, and they don't work in small lots, and they don't work on hillside lots because of the costs of building foundations, the cost of offsetting walls, the cost of running shear walls to beams, and providing the lateral hold downs to a beam. Those are costs. Those are engineering costs. Those are building costs. Those are costs that are dealt to the homeowner and to each of the homeowners afterwards in the cost of that building, and that's the cost of housing going up. That's taking out, every one of these issues is raising the price of construction, and it's raising the cost of houses to house people in this community. I thought we've done a pretty good job on our design guidelines as they sit, and I think this is the document to push to go forward for a year in this 3-year trial period. What I really want to see is in this specific plan in the LCP that's coming forward is to do a neighborhood by neighborhood flushing out of the documents that we have. And then I think they can be more specific and more prescriptive and still performance-based. So, I'm a builder, I'm a designer, I'm a builder. I've done a lot of construction in my days, and I look at some of these proposals and all I see is just nightmares. And also what I want to do is I want to try to hit the sweet spot here and get something that will be approved and will be implemented without creating the environment that we've had before in this town. And if we do implement some of these ideas, there are a tremendous amount of people that talk to me, and there will be a backlash, and we will lose the ground that we've gained, and that's one of my concerns.
Well, let me just start out by saying that I pretty much agree with everything Scott said in his presentation. I do like Catherine's idea of a glossary, because I think some of the terms that may be technical or architectural in here are terms that people are going to run into when they try to read the staff report for planning commission meetings, and so it doesn't hurt to give them some familiarity with those terms. A summary of the development process or the development, what you need to go through, the steps that you need to go through, sounds fine to me. I like flow charts, but whatever format would be okay. I would just like to point out that actually the language that's in this document is pretty darn strong. There's a lot of shoulds in there, and should is a strong word. Weak words are may, might, but should is about as strong as the language gets in a document which is basically advisory. Once you get into shall, will, and must, you're talking legislative. So I don't agree that the language in this document is really weak. In terms of the notification, I think increasing the radius some is fine. I mean, it is a cost, but it's a relatively small cost. A couple of other suggestions I had with regard to the sign, in addition to perhaps increasing the size. Number one, we could make them a distinctive color, so that hopefully an ugly one, so that everybody won't use it. And you're driving by a lot and you see this magenta sign over there, and at 500 paces there's something development related that's going on there. The other thing is we might simplify what needs to be on the sign. You know, what I mostly see is these teeny-weeny technical drawings and a bunch of tiny, you know, maybe all it needs to say is, you know, this there's a development proposal for this property. It's going to be going before the planning director this week. If you have any comments, here's the number to call. You know, I mean, that's basically. I don't think anybody gets a good idea of what the project is going to be from those little drawings that are on the sign. So maybe we need to look at simplifying it. Couple of the other issues in terms of. Floor area ratio, I don't think we know enough. I don't think we, you know, I don't, if we were bound and determined that we were going to have floor area ratios, we don't have enough information to do that right now. That's way down the line. And in terms of solar access, I think it needs to be addressed, but we got to remember that probably 90% of the blocking of solar access that occurs is not by structures, it's by vegetation. So, you know, we're going to have to broaden our scope a little bit in order to come up with anything that's really meaningful in terms of solar access. And again, I think it needs more consideration. In terms of the current document, I have a few suggestions, and I gave you guys some in section number A, the relationship to the homes in the intermediate area. It shows, you know, the area that we agreed on to be the immediate neighborhood. But I really would like to see a sentence in there that says, yes, this is the immediate neighborhood, but you can't pick out an area way over on the edge of that 300-foot circle and use that as your typical thing. We need something to say, we're going to look at the whole area, but we're going to look most closely at what's close to the site that you're proposing your development. And so I've got some text that I suggested on that. In scale and mass, the one thing when I read that section, it talks all about the factors, the design factors that can be used to mitigate scale and mass. But what it doesn't say, explicitly anyway, is that in some cases the house is just too big for the area that it's being proposed in. And you know, that's a decision that this commission has actually made several times in the last few months. And I think our guidelines should make people aware of the fact that, you know, you can incorporate all of these factors, but that doesn't mean that you can still build a house that's just totally out of proportion for the neighborhood. So I would split section number 1 into 2 parts, or paragraph number 1 into 2 parts, and the first part dealing with the fact that a house may just be too big for the area, and the second part basically being very similar to what number 1 looks like right now. And then in the section on building orientation, part 3 of that, part 3, 4, and 5. I actually I think there's a typo. Let me find the original here. The original section 4 says, the original section 4 says, in cases where setbacks are varied in the neighborhood, new homes should match those of adjacent homes. And I think that actually should be in cases where setbacks are not varied or are consistent. And I also think 3, 4, and 5 all deal with the same issue, which is setbacks. So I just propose changing the language to reflect the fact that 3A has a typo, and that and combining 3, 4, and 5 into one section. And the one substantive change that I'm suggesting in that is that the current number 5 says, try placing the home such that it uses an average of the two, where homes have differing setbacks. And I was suggesting it could be the average or further back on the lot than the average. I think putting it too close to the street is going to have an impact on the neighborhood, but some people may want to put it further back than the average, like for example, to get a better view. So that would be okay with me. I would allow that. Under garage door and placements, number 2, where it talks about design options, I would just include or one or more of the following design options. And then in the area that talks, the one that talks about garage placement and design, it's section H, which talks of there's a typo in my typos where it talks about additions to existing homes. Number 1 says the design of the addition should be consistent with the materials and architectural elements utilized in the existing home. I would also add and adjacent neighborhood. And then it seems to me that point 4 says exactly the same thing as point 1, so maybe we could just eliminate that. So those are kind of my specific suggestions for the document that we have in front of us. Any further thoughts? Any remarks on my remarks? Any?
H.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That's a cut and paste thing. Oh, and I'm sorry. The second page. There's a diagram in there for what's compatible and what's not compatible. I think when all of the houses had the same setback, but there wasn't a diagram for what's compatible and not compatible when they don't, and I thought that should be added.
I guess my only comment on the setbacks on the second page is it depends. We would call that a figure ground study. You're looking at the shape of the house relative to the lot and the shape of the houses adjacent. And there could be factors beyond that, make some rationalization. I think a lot of, I'm not a big fan of the stylistic aspects of new urbanism, but there's a lot of new urbanist concepts about smaller front yards that, there could be a benefit to having a larger backyard and a more modest front. That I'm just not sure about that. But most of the other things I think are fine, Dr. Teft. I mostly look for things that are going to restrict the use of materials and start to talk about character or style, which I think are absolutely not acceptable to me anywhere in these documents. I don't ever want to see us become a monolithic town of especially certain styles that turn into the Mediterranean.
Yeah, I would point out that in the original document, Michael, there is this in some instances a varied setback from the neighborhood pattern may be necessary or appropriate. Such lots include topography, trees, creeks, lot size, and environmentally sensitive habitat. That section, that whole section on setbacks, was just unclear to me when I read it. I was like, what?
I have problems with the changes to scale and mass. I thought we crafted a pretty good compromise before, and I think this gives way too much weight on subjective factors rather than the codification of what we have in the codes. I thought we did a pretty good paragraph already, and I think this moves it. I would like to see the original wording rather than the new wording. I think this moves it over the line.
But you have to admit, I mean, when you read what's there now, you don't get you get the impression that there is no limit on size.
No, I don't think I don't get that at all.
You don't?
No, we have limits on size by code.
You know, we have
about setbacks.
We were talking about setbacks, talking about height limitations, talking about
right. But this commission, Jerry, has made decisions that houses which met all of those requirements were too big for the
right. And this wording that's in here now gives us that ability to do that again. It actually codifies that. Whereas I think the new wording gives too much power to future commissions too. You know, so of course I don't mind when I'm making the decisions, but I'm not sure about the next guy. You know?
Advisory.
We spent a lot of time on that existing wording, and I think I would rather keep that and go forward with what we have there rather than change it at 10:30 tonight without after just getting this, just being able to read it 5 minutes ago. This has too much effect. This paragraph has too much effect on the cost to, you know, on a property and the effect on a property.
Okay, so what, in your opinion, how does this affect the property differently than, say, the decision that was made on the 1000 Ridgeway?
Well, it's, you know, 1000 Ridgeway was almost an aberration. What I'm talking about is, say, the project that we had tonight. This could push that project into pushing that project further back on the lot, and therefore causing more of a problem with the neighborhood next door, because we could say that this is a perceived too much mass where
that's exactly what we said on Ridgeway. It was too much mass.
I know, but it could ratchet down through that. That was a 6,000 square foot house, you know, where what we were talking about, this could be utilized in almost any size house, you know. So once again, I don't think we have, you know, I don't want to be making the decision now on such an important paragraph to change it at this point, after we've already looked at this 3 or 4 times before, and we had agreed upon it. That's what I'm saying. I'm not happy with that. You know, the rest of it, I don't have a real problem with the changes in the rest of it, but this paragraph is too important to change this at this late a date in this short a time.
Could I maybe, the guidelines are going to be used by staff, right? They
have to be interpreted by the layperson, I think. Not everybody's required to get an architect to build a house. They should be something that I think makes sense without having to get expertise involved.
I'm on the other side of the fence on this one, you know. I kind of like what is written here. I would like to ask your opinion, Scott, what you think on that. Put you on the spot too, but I mean, you know, just your professional view on this.
My kind of take on this is I know what the commission is trying to achieve. I've listened to all of you speak about these items, and it sort of informs, you know, what we from the staff standpoint put forward to folks that come in at the front counter. And so I don't think this is, for my purposes, I don't think this is too much. it seems in line and fine with things that we're already looking at and paying attention to. I mean, the idea behind the entirety of these documents is really just to give us something to point to when we have projects that come in that have problems. That's the concept behind this, because we didn't have it before, so people didn't know what rules we were really playing under, and then you had to justify when you didn't like something, telling somebody to do something else. Well, this is the tool. Like, you're supposed to be paying attention to that, meaning the guidelines. So, I mean, that was kind of a long-winded answer, and really saying that I don't have any issue with these because it deals with problems that I see in applications that come across the counter to us. And so I have conversations with people that come in regularly about this. The good thing about having those conversations is, over time, the designers, the architects, and so forth are getting used to how we're doing business in Morro Bay now. And so now there are actually, some of them are not just submitting applications and not talking to us. They're actually coming in, giving us applications ahead of time. Hey, here's a PDF of my plans. What do you think? As opposed to getting a full set of drawings that they submitted to the building department thinking they were going to get a building permit. Not great when that happens, when they have problems. So this all kind of lends it into the solution that we were trying to achieve, and one, give you some tools to point to for neighborhood compatibility and design guidelines, and two, get the word out there that we're paying attention to these things so we have fewer problems on projects that come forward to you. So I don't have, again, really any issue with the language that Chair Taft recommended, just because it's things that I speak with the public about regularly.
The other thing that this says, Scott, is one of the things that typically we've seen is that people come in with a house that's bigger than the houses around them. Mm-hmm. They go out into the neighborhood and find the 6 biggest houses in the neighborhood and bring those in for comparison. And this is saying, don't do that. Show us how it fits into the neighborhood, not that there may be 4 other houses that are close to the same size. And that's exactly what happened with Ridgeway. The guy went out and found the biggest houses in the neighborhood, took pictures of them, and said, look, it's kind of like this. He didn't take pictures of the 6 smallest houses. He didn't take pictures of the 6 medium-sized houses. He took, and this is saying, don't do that. That's not what we mean by neighborhood compatibility. I think that needs to be said.
These are actually conversations I have with applicants at the counter, by the way. It's not an exercise. This is real.
I guess the thing I'm trying to understand with Commissioner Lure's comments is where the restrictive part of this is, because I think I tend to read it as more benign. I mean, the seamless part scares me, because that basically says we're not looking at anything that could be contrasting, which I think contrasting things can still be very beautiful and sensitive to the scale of the neighborhood. But I guess it's this idea of, if you're surrounding projects or 1-story, 900 square foot houses, you're going to have a hard time with some of this text coming in with the first 2-story house, and that's something that I think we've got to look at the kind of market conditions that control what's happening in housing today versus what was happening in housing in the 1970s or 50s when things were built. I don't think so. I wanted to help design as opposed to necessarily limit design, and so maybe we hold on this one since it seems to be the complicated one. It's something that. Can we have something this expansive without it having been put in the?
We're just working through it. It's not a public hearing. You're not making any decisions tonight. We're working on. I mean, this is just another basic planning commission workshop on the topic. So we can make changes to this right up into the moment you make a recommendation to the council at some point.
I like to think.
And Michael, I'm not married to the particular wording here. If seamlessly bothers you, or any other particular wording bothers anybody, we can change it. But I just think the idea of making it fit into the neighborhood, and the idea that a house can be too large for the neighborhood need to be incorporated into the guidelines.
And by my votes, I agree with you. But there are those instances where you are taking you have a well-designed project that is, is right for the economic situation, it's right for the personal situation, but it is a forefront project that may upset some of the neighbors. And, I just don't, I would rather it be, I'd rather us be able to take a look at the whole thing and be able to make that determination rather than saying, to have somebody point out that says that,
But what it boils down to is the character of the surrounding neighborhood should therefore be a significant consideration in planning the actual size of a residential development or redevelopment proposal. That's pretty soft language. That's a lot softer than should. It says should be a consideration. That's, it's just saying, think about it. It doesn't preclude us from saying, yeah, the guy thought about it. He designed a good project. It works for us.
I would rather see this, before we adopt it. I would rather see it come back and maybe let's take a look at this and see it at the next meeting.
Well, that was does that work for you, Scott?
Yeah, I'm going to put all this stuff. Sorry. I was going to put whatever changes we make into the document for your next review. What you won't, I was going to bring it back and let you take a look at it, with some whatever changes we came out of it on the 19th. I was going to give it to you then. What you won't have is whatever comes out of the workshop at that point.
Right.
But I'm going to bring that information for you and see what, components of that you're interested in. So then you can say, hey, yeah, go ahead and bring this back the next time, for the finalized document. So those are the kind of, conversations I was planning on having moving forward. So, yeah, I can absolutely incorporate the stuff, have it ready for you next time, and have some of the changes I'm making from a format standpoint.
Well, so then let's just let everybody, on this particular one, this B1, we've all got copies of it, let people chew on it, see how they might want to massage the wording, and you've got I think I've explained the concepts I was trying to get at, and maybe there's somebody that can express those concepts better, Okay. So we don't need to take any action on this. You've, I think, got the information that you need.
Yes, thank you for the input. I appreciate it.
So we have come to the point for general planning commissioner comments. Does anybody have another word left in them?
The only thing I'll say is I'm out of town the 16th. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Congratulations. Scott, planning commissioner comments. I'm sorry, director comments. Hello?
I've had enough this evening. I think I'm done.
That's probably the most sensible comment I've heard tonight. Okay, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are adjourned to the next regular planning commissioner meeting here at the Veterans Memorial Building on May 19th, 2015 at 6 p.m. Thank you.